Thank you, Dr. Jordan. Full compliment.
Yes, we're all here.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo.
Morning, Chair. Those that are supposed to be here are here, Chair, on our side.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportune moment also. Chair, I wanted to raise a discomfort or discontent around the continuous unavailability of the minister. I think this is the 5th meeting, if not the 6th meeting, where the minister is not attending.
Yeah, I think let me make...
Can you allow me, Chairperson, to make my input?
Proceed.
I'm just a bit disturbed on the other side, Chairperson. I thought that you were calling
Order,
me to
Honorable
order.
Jacobs.
No, thanks, Chair. I was saying that mine is a discontent around the unavailability of the minister to appear before the portfolio committee. It has now become a norm for the minister not to appear before the committee. It has now become a norm for the minister to undermine the deliberations and discussions that are taking place at the portfolio committee. To a large extent, the minister has concluded that he's not going to account to this portfolio committee. In the last meeting, we have resolved as a committee that the minister must be summoned to appear before the committee. And it is for that reason that I'm raising my hand on and around the unavailability of the minister. It must be noted that the apology, first and foremost, from the minister must be rejected by this committee. Second to that, this committee must be finished with a report as to what is it that the administration has done as a way of summoning the minister as agreed in the previous meeting. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just thought that it's important that we must re-emphasize our position as a portfolio committee of sports, arts and culture on and around the unavailability of the minister, especially when the minister cannot appear in front of the portfolio committee. But the minister would have a decency of running to X space or social networking space and rebuting the views that has been raised in the platform or in the right platform of which it is the portfolio committee meeting of sports, arts and culture. This matter cannot be taken light. We're running government here. We're not running a social media platform, or we're not twerking in front of social networking for the purpose of receiving likes and so forth, Chairperson. This matter must be taken serious. It has been put under the blanket for quite some time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. I want to concur that the minister's apology is inadequate. And I think this applies to the Deputy Minister as well. And it's about time for the Deputy Minister also to come to this meeting and to tell us what her deployment and designated area of responsibility is. Whether she's sports, whether she's arts, whether she's culture, whether she's arts and culture, whether she's sport or whatever the case may be. We cannot, as Parliament, proceed in this fashion. So I would like the Portfolio Secretary to take note and that it be minuted that the Minister's apology is unsatisfactory. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honourable Khabo, for bringing up that very important point. Honourable members, Honourable Mtetwa.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, honourable members, SAFA, the Department of Arts and Culture. Chair, under corporate governance, any organization knows that if you are a member of the executive, the decision-making process, and you miss 3 consecutive meetings, under normal circumstances, you will be removed from that particular board or your position. So for us to lament about the minister this, the minister that, I don't think it will help us to continuously make comments and noting his absence. I think this committee must develop a policy around this issue of appearance before this which will resolve the matters instead of us dealing with this matter in bits and pieces on particular days or particular apologies. I think we must develop a policy that says if you miss, you can't miss 3 consecutive meetings. That's unacceptable. And let us note that this committee is not accepting the apology of the minister. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm not going to give anyone another chance to speak on this issue. Honorable Khabo has made the point. He have requested us to send a letter on behalf of the committee. I have to inform the committee that the letter has been sent to the minister on Friday with no response pertaining to the absenteeism. We will also, at the end of this meeting, do some recommendations pertaining to the absence of both the minister and the deputy minister. Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, we are going to plead with you as the chair of the meeting and plead with the secretariat not to deviate or change the resolutions of the committee. We had recommended that the committee must not only invite the minister to the second meeting, but the committee must embark on a process of summoning. I'm not sure how that process is unfolding, of summoning the minister to appear before the committee. Because the Honorable Member Mteto, like he's indicating, this matter of the minister being absent from portfolio committees has been presented before the portfolio committee. It is for that reason in the last meeting we had resolved that the minister must be summoned. Now, there is a difference between pleading with the minister as if he's making us a favor to appear before the committee and summoning him before the committee. Because if it is then summoned and fails to appear before the committee, then it's a different story. We are able to take up the matter with the president, because from where we are sitting, this is an outright defiance and disregard of the views and invitations of the portfolio committee meeting, unless the minister will then want to confirm our suspicion that the minister seems not to have an understanding of the oversight framework and accountability framework that is there in the public in the public entities. So it is for that reason that we must summon. It is for that reason that we had resolved that the minister must be summoned instead of us begging the minister to appear before the committee. So it is for that reason also, Chair, that I would say that I would plead with you not to change our recommendations. The recommendation is very clear that he must be summoned to appear before the committee, not to write him a letter requesting him to appear before the committee. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm not going to give members any more chance. The letter is off to the minister, but with regard to the decision taken by this committee that we summons him with the meeting that we have with the NAC, that has been done, Honourable Member. So on the 10th, I think, of July, the minister, the minister has been summoned to the meeting with the issues that we had with NAC. So that has been done. The minister, I have just said, has not responded. I think in the absence of both the minister and the deputy minister, we are in a position to do much more. Let's leave it there. And I will see during this week what more can we do, Honorable Khabo, pertaining to response. And maybe we must write another letter to the minister. Honorable members, I'm going to request members to introduce themselves. Their names, surnames, the capacity that they are in this meeting. Following the honorable members, I will request DSEC. Following DSEC, I will request Dr. Jenny Jordan and his entourage, and then the professional staff members and any guest present. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning once again. I'm Eugene Mtetwa, member of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture, and also serving under the Portfolio Committee on Police. I'm here deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters, which is obvious by the color that I'm wearing. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all. I'm Advocate Shamima Sali. I'm with the Al Jamaa political party. I serve on sports, arts and culture, international relations and justice. Yes, I'm wearing red, but that is one of the colors of Palestine. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, DSEC and SAFA. It's Makashule Ghana, Rise Mzansi. I came to this meeting today because SAFA is appearing. I'm a football fan, so I've got football questions. Ordinarily, I serve in other portfolios, but as members of parliament, we can attend each and every portfolio committee. So if you come next time, you don't see me, don't ask where Ghana is. I will be attending other meetings. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kuku Mchuno. I'm a member of this portfolio committee and I'm deployed by Umkhonto weSizwe Party.
Morning, Chair. I'm Shenin Queen. My name is Jean Kobani Agapenpeni, member of this portfolio from MK Party Gwaza.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Penny Penny. No, thank you very much, Honorable Penny Penny. I mean, I'm speaking after you. Lina laka ke khaolatle Sefane ke khabo. And I'm also a member of this portfolio committee and other committees, higher education and training. But I hope that my colors will not confuse you. I'm representing the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson and everybody that's attending and to the South Africans that are watching. My name is Liam Jacobs. I'm a member of the Democratic Alliance. And I don't know if it's because we're seeing the Association of Football before us, but I'm unironically wearing my colors. I'm wearing blue, much like my colleagues are wearing red. So that is who I am, and I serve on the Committee of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Dumelang. Sanbonani, good morning. My name is Nomgqibelo Ethel Nkosi. I'm the member of this portfolio committee, as well as the portfolio committee of Public Works. I'm from Mpumalanga province, deployed by the African National Congress. Thank you.
Good morning again, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, professional staff, DSEC, as well as reps from SAFA. Even though I'm not happy to greet reps from SAFA because I only see a boys' choir here. And that makes me very angry. My name is Honorable Matsolo Molotsane. I'm the member of this committee all the way from Sasolburg in Free State. I'm deployed here by the gigantic movement, African National Congress. Thank you very much.
I couldn't get you. You talk about the Kumbaya choir. What did you say, Honorable Member?
The Kumbaya choir is a boys' choir, and it makes very angry, Chairperson. You know, I'm always fighting for women, as I lead a women's league in Free State. So I can't be happy seeing only boys without seeing any girls. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Kumalo.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, President of SAFA and your Executive CEO of SAFA, my colleagues. My name is Dr. Cynthia Kumalo. I'm the Acting Director General.
Good morning, Chair, and honorable members of the committee and the leadership of SAFA, led by Dr. Jutan. My name is Simpiwe Mncube. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Winning Nation in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Thank you. I've already greeted DG and my colleagues.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Mabeta Rali VP from the Office of the Director General.
President Jordan.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to everybody. We have a delegation consisting of 3 components. Firstly, there's the national executive members, and we must apologize. Chiklas is a vice president, but she's not here. Banyana is playing today. So the women are engaged in hopefully securing a victory there. But that's the first component. The second component, we have independent members of the independent committees, meaning these committees consist of people who are not members of football. They are professionals and they are serving. And then the third component is our administration, led by Lydia Manyapau. And I think we may be the only men's organization with a woman CEO. I would then ask them to introduce themselves. I am Danny Jordan, I'm the president, and I have been a member of this committee in 1994. I then served the World Organizing Committee, FIFA, in delivering Africa's first and only World Cup. And I must say that that World Cup is still recognized as one of the best ever in world football. So I'd like to hand over to our members here, starting on the side.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of your committee. Good morning, everybody. My name is Pubi Govindasamy. I come from Pietermaritzburg, but I serve on the SAFA National Executive Committee. I chair the legal committee. I'm a practicing attorney. Coming through the apartheid days, this is 41 years now in practice. I've acted as an acting judge in the High Court in Durban and Pietermaritzburg as well. I'm also an arbitrator for the Court of Sport in Switzerland, representing many facets of the sports organizations. And generally, I love football and sport. Thank you.
Now that we're not interested in the resume, give your current position and your name and surname for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to you and the honorable members and the delegation from SASCOC and the department. My name is Linda Zwane. I am the SAFA Vice President, and I hail from the province of the Rising Sun in Mpumalanga. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bennett Bailey. I'm the Vice President of SAFA National, and I'm also the President of SAFA Cape Town. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Rashid Small. I'm the Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee. Thank you very much.
We can start from this side. And if the president of SASCOC perhaps fall into the line, please feel free to introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Lydia Monyepao, Miss Lydia Monyepao. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the South African Football Association, a former Banyana player and a former Banyana manager. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, reps from DSEC and the delegation from SASCOC. My name is Groni Hluyo. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at SAFA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members of the committees, various committees, as well as the SAFA NEC members. My name is Paulo Marx. I'm a member of the National Referees Committee.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honourable members. Morning to the members from the department. Morning to the President of SASCOC and his delegation. My name is Mxolisi. My surname is Sipam. I'm an NEC member of SAFA, also chair the Finance Committee of SAFA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tankiso. My surname is Modipa. I'm the chairperson of SAFA Western Cape. I'm also the SAFA NEC member. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and everybody present in the House. My name is Gerald Don. I'm from St. Helena Bay in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. My name is Siabonga. The surname is Kiawana. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of SAFA Western Cape and also NEC member coming from the town of Knysna. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Firstly, I would like to greet the South Africans who are watching today's proceeding, the members of the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture. My name is Shakespeare Hadebe. I'm the member of the Governance Committee for the South African Football Association, and I hail from the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal, and it's my pleasure to be here today. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Barry Hendricks, President of SASCOC, and apologies for the delay. It's my fault, a misplaced car key.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Nozipho Jafta. I'm the CEO of SASCOC. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to members of the committee. I'm Patience Shikwambana. I'm Chief Operating Officer, SASCOC.
Where's the president of SASCOC? Did he? Oh,
I already spoke. Chair.
Yeah. Can I ask news media staff members? Let's come around.
Good morning, Chair. Stefan Gerber and support staff for Action SA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Valen Kirtley from Newsroom Africa.
Morning, Chair. Jason Felix, News 24.
Good morning, Chair. Simpe Mngwenyama, support staff of the TG.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Dr. Jacobo Jacob Morwe, the researcher for Sport and Recreation. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I'm Achabulile Tumisamtia, Committee Coordinator for Arts and Culture. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Lindy Matlasela, Researcher, Arts and Culture.
Morning, Chair. Bulela Kulata, the Executive Secretary to the Chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, and all protocol observed. I'm Sibusiso Sitole from Parliament Language Services.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Ntati Hlongwane, support staff from the ANC. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Johnny van der Westhuizen. I'm the Committee Assistant for the Portfolio Committee in Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fiona Clayton. I'm the Committee Content Advisor. Thank you.
Botani Kamalam Guzoleka Kula, Committee Secretary, Sports and Recreation.
Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Joe Maglua. I'm the chairperson of the Sport, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee. Honorable members, I'm going to start on a very low note, and allow me to do this with a disclaimer of the Minister's absence in today's very important meeting. This is uncalled for and unacceptable for the Minister being absent, especially in cases where we have to take important decisions. The Minister is accountable to Parliament, and we cannot go on like this. There are certain things officials cannot respond to, and certain things where we need the Minister to answer to this committee. I have given this a thought, and in terms of the National Sports Federation Act, it states that every sport recreation body must annually submit reports to both the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and to Parliament pertaining to issues in Section 13. I think in future, where federations has to appear, we can just as well meet with them alone, following directives and or recommendations to the ministry. Because we are wasting our time with the sound absenteeism of the ministry. I'm going to tell you why, honorable members. There's a tendency by the minister not to attend our meetings. We discuss, we debate, we interrogate in the absence of the minister, and the next best thing that we read in the news, that the minister has acted against this entity, the minister dissolved that entity. A case in point, Honorable Mtetwa, is your oversight pertaining to Silapa, where we expected the department to come back and tell us on their actions. We rather read on the news that a decision has been taken. We should also considering not to have DSEC present in our meetings until a Director General is appointed. And it is necessary, if it's necessary, we will invite the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture on our terms. Last year, Dr. Kumalo On 29 October 2024, we met with the department pertaining to the annual report. The Minister informs about the DG's appointment, and I quote, he says that on 1 November 2024, and in his own words, maybe the next time you see me, we will come with people who have been appointed honorable members. I put it to you, it's 6 months later. We then met on 7 February 2025 dealing with SASCOC performance report, where Dr. Kumalo herself informed us, and I quote, regarding filling post, advertisements for some key positions like DG and DDG closed in early November. The process of verification and the final selection of candidates lay with the Minister. The Minister had appointed a panel and sought to expedite filling those positions. It is almost 4 months later. I put it to you, honorable members, that we are in crisis mode with the Minister, and it's only us, this committee, that can stop this. Nevertheless, Football South Africa and the public at large will be disappointed to know that SAFA's much anticipated appearance before the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture is met with the Minister in absentia. The Minister have met with the federations. He had discussions with the federations. The Minister even bailed SAFA out with 5 million rand. And as Parliament, we have a right to know about all of these interventions. What was discussed? What was the outcome? What was the intervention? What are the timelines? What is on record? And whether SAFA will turn itself around. Also, honorable members, the perception by SAFA that its appearance before the committee is being deliberately misportrayed as an anomaly is not the case. The president of SAFA was a member of parliament himself, and he knows how parliament operates. As evidenced by the appearance of other sports federations like SARU, Netball SA, Boxing SA, SAFA's appearance before this committee is nothing else than a standard procedure. This committee has an oversight role to play, and when serious governance issue being reported to us, we have to do due diligence. We will not hesitate to summons any entity or any minister to this parliament to come and respond. It is therefore today, honorable members, upon SAFA to convince this committee that no intervention is needed, specifically the fact that our team Bafana Bafana is threatened to be docked after it has fielded the Tebogo Mokoena, despite having accumulated 2 yellow cards, let alone the excitement, dancing and celebrations in 2011 after believing we're qualifying for the AFCON Cup in 2012. All of this because of one individual who did not read the rules. The tracking of players, their statistics and disciplinary action warrants a simple, analytic and proper dashboard. SAFA has failed us in this regard. Transport problems, food, salary allegations of fraud, internal fighting, financial distress, maladministration, ignored reports, and even those speaking out of SAFA about the crisis and challenges within SAFA itself is concerning. There are other issues discussed with the Minister pertaining to the VR system, and I think it is important for members to interrogate and ask questions, because I am in person of the view that this competency is with PSL and not the department nor SAFA. Despite these challenges, SAFA has shown success in various areas. The national team performance, Bafana Bafana, Banyana Banyana, Amajita, Amajimbos, coach education administration, of which Some of them has graduating, achieving various coaching licenses, and some staff members have been recognized by SAFA and CAF for their expertise. Honourable members, today it is upon us to ensure through interrogation of what is happening within SAFA. Let's work together and ensure that SAFA, the department and the minister are held accountable and that the necessary interventions are made to support SAFA's success. With that said, honourable members, I'm going to ask the President of SASCOC to give us his input and overview on the developments within SAFA.
Thank you so much, Chair, and excuse the fact that I don't have a tie. I had to pack my own bag coming here. My wife usually does that of 35 years, and she's going to admonish me when I get back home. So my apologies. Chairperson, there's a very important thing that I need to raise first in my overall perception of the Portfolio Committee in my, I think, 4 engagements with you now. And I'm going to talk about SAFA as South Africa's biggest sports federation. I need to know whether any of your members have a conflict of interest in today's meeting, whether any of them belong to a football club or a professional football club. And in fact, I'm going to ask this of every meeting that we have in future, whether be it basketball, cricket, so that we understand that there's no conflict of interest. Yes, I understand as SASCOC, we at the very beginning of our tenure, we say that we don't have a conflict. But it's important to also note that in the issue of football, that we don't have that conflict of interest, be it professional football or amateur football. The second thing is I want to raise the issue that has been brought to my attention by many.
Before you proceed, President, are you implying that someone has interest?
No, I'm simply asking whether there is a conflict of interest.
Yeah, I just want to add, I think it's procedure. Myself, as a daughter in swimming, as you are aware of. And just because of that, I've written to the legal desk, which set aside any ruling from me not to participate. So that's why I'm asking. If there's any other member here that you might be aware of, then we have to deal with it. And I think members needs to, and they understand the law, they will do as such and make their declarations. Honourable.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's so surprising in that today the President of SASCOC he's asking us if we have any direct interest and so forth. And he has never done that in the past. I'm just wondering what makes the President to ask that today? Because it seems like there is something that he knows which we don't know. And we are not going to be happy with that, Chairperson. We have been elected by the voters. And we know what is our responsibility in here. He cannot come and say that statement without knowing information that we don't know. And it's going to get where it's not going to be interesting to attend the Portfolio Committee. Because if we had to take on this statement, definitely we will, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Malatsane. President of SASCOC, proceed.
Yes, it's normal procedure in every SASCOC executive meeting for every executive member to
President,
declare.
It's not a SASCOC meeting. This is a Portfolio Committee of...
Yes, sir, and I agree with you. And it's the King 4 Code of Governance to say that you have a conflict of interest in any meeting that you attend. And that's a simple statement from my side. I did not want to raise any issue of conflict. But if there's a member who belongs to a football club or a professional football club, they must state it.
Honourable Daniels and then Honourable Khabo.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and good morning to everybody present. Chairperson, we are no kids here. Through you, Chairperson, I think the President of SASCOC must come clear or clean with that question. Don't beat around the bush. We've got work to do. We've got a lot of other things to attend to during the course of today. We've got a government to run. There's no time to waste our time. Let's go straight and shoot straight. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Probably for a purpose of progress and to alleviate unnecessary fears. By virtue of us having been sworn in before the Chief Justice of South Africa, we have committed to adhere to the principles as outlined in the Constitution. So from where we are sitting, we know as and when we're interested or we've got conflict, we'll then excuse ourselves.
Fantastic.
But that was just a way of trying to register progress. But in future, President, you do not utter statements and leave them unattended as if now you are suspecting someone who must then, out of their conscience, must be able to say, myself, I'm conflicted. It does not make sense. It's like you're on a fishing expedition and don't invite us to that expedition without our consent. Thank you very much. But I would propose that we take note that indeed if there are conflicts of interest, we know as members of parliament that we'll have to excuse ourselves in any deliberations. Thank you.
Honorable Jacobs, is that a declaration?
No, it's not the declaration, Chairperson. I may play the fool, but I don't play the football. So, Chairperson, I do think it's worth noting that there seems to be some form of a delay tactic here before we get into the meat of this meeting, Chairperson. And South Africans are waiting in anticipation to hear what is actually going on with SAFA. So we must ignore these delay tactics and these attempts to prolong this meeting, knowing that we have a limited time, Chairperson. I put it to you that we proceed.
Yeah, noted, honourable members, let's proceed, but perhaps to satisfy the President of SASCO player, I'm a former referee. I hope that will suffice.
Thank you, Chair. Just a matter of good governance, Chair. It applies to everybody, including the Portfolio Committee. Chair, the next thing that I want to raise that has come to my attention as the President of SASCOC, and this is not a delayed tactic, it's a very serious matter, that some members of the Portfolio Committee are using this meetings as a vehicle to enhance their social media profiles. In fact, Mr. Jacobs...
President of SASCOC, can I call you to order?
No, sir.
Can we deal with content of SASCOC and what you have to do?
Mother Chair.
And no one of us, members, I cannot dictate any member how to deal with his or her profile when it comes to their public life outside. Let's deal with because you see, some of these entities that report before us, they want to sound like politicians. Let's hear what SASCOC has to offer pertaining to SAFA. Let's hear what the department says. Let's hear what SAFA says, and I'm going to give time for interrogation. We have many issues in SAFA, many issues, and I think members is very eager here today to ask these questions, to get responses, because at the end of the day, we have to make recommendations. We don't want to interfere. We want to make recommendations because of soccer in particular. Honorable Malatsani, Honorable...
Chairperson, can the President of SASCOC just withdraw the statement he has just said? Otherwise, Chairperson, we have no option, but next time, we will not allow the Chairperson the President to come in. And like as Honorable Khawe just said, this is the delaying tactics and our time is limited. We don't want to find ourselves where we had to adjourn the meeting without addressing all the issues that we want to address as the Portfolio Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let me do this. Honorable Members, time is running. We have done, because of all of these, you said, they said, SASCOC has done this, this federation have done this. Like honorable members has observed, and I want SASCOC to take note of this. They are here also to observe and not to dictate. There are issues of entities, letters and emails on the desk of these honorable members of what is happening in these entities, with a complete ignorance from those who have played the role like SASCOC. And SASCOC is aware of that. And I don't want to go back into all the entities of problems that we ask for intervention and not interference. So I want SASCOC to present. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Give us a quick overview. Leave the overall thing and the members' profiles and what members are doing outside. Deal with the content. Thank you, Mr. Hendricks.
Thank you, President. For me, in my long career as a sports politician, an elected member, yes, it's sport politics because we get elected. My experience with SAFA is that there's an issue of two matters. Unlike cricket and rugby, where you have one umbrella body that serves professional sport and amateur sport, SAFA, from its very, very birth. You're asking me for 10 minutes.
With due respect, before he proceeds, can he withdraw what he said about us?
I think Mr. Hendricks' members took offense. You know, instead of dealing with the presentation.
Chairperson, I'm looking at a Twitter post by Mr. Jacobs. His statement says at the end, one by one. Now, this does not lead to a constructive engagement. Please, and then he has a phone that he posts after a meeting. Oh, no, give me a chance. A phone in front of him that he's recording how he speaks and asks questions, and then he posts it after these meetings. Surely that is ethically incorrect.
I'm not going to respond to that because this is the way members communicate to their constituencies. Advocate Sali.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I duly note what the President of SASCOC is noting, and there are concerns. However, this is not the platform to raise those concerns. So with all due respect, you had more than enough time to raise these concerns through Honourable Chair so that it could be dealt with. Today, I have a nation and constituents waiting for responses. We have a plenary later today. We've got limited time, and we're going to be cut on time. And I'm very concerned that all my questions are not going to be answered, and that means the nation's not going to be answered. So, sir, please, there is due process that should have been followed even before today. Thank you.
Unless we stop SASCOC and was there a presentation? Was there a presentation by SASCOC? I'm dealing with that issue now. Was there a presentation? Oh, okay. Unless we stop SASCOC from presenting and take their presentation as a point. There was a request, Mr. Hendricks, to withdraw what you have said. Can you withdraw what you have said?
No, I can't withdraw it. It's a fact. Members are using their social media platforms.
Chair,
let's move.
Chair, please. I've been raising my hands here.
Proceed, Honourable Member.
Mr. President, if you know you are busy with social media in the meeting, you are supposed to stay outside. Because you are presenting, you are reading the social media. We are not here for social media. Respect us. The country is watching us. It's like the way you are presenting, you want to resign today because it's like you don't care about it. The way you speak, it's like you're not trusted anymore. Please respect us, respect the people of South Africa. If you are not, just resign because you are not in the meeting. Thank you.
Honourable Mkosi, sorry.
Chair, we cannot be disrespected by the President here. If he doesn't want to withdraw, let's remove him from the program and continue with the other entity, and he must just leave the meeting. We cannot be disrespected by him. Thank you.
Mr. Hendricks, you play a very big role in this meeting, and for me, you have to observe and listen because these federations belongs to you. Are you withdrawing what you have said?
Sir, they've put a proposal in front of you. I'm very clear. My role as President of SASCOC is to ensure good governance and ethics.
Mr. Hendricks, do you want to withdraw or not?
No, sir, I can't withdraw. It's
can you kindly leave this meeting?
Kathy.
Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, one must listen to understand and not necessarily to respond. As much as I have griped with Mr. Hendricks with what he said, I want to encourage Mr. Hendricks on his way out to consider writing to you and raise these concerns that they have, because I'm absolutely sure there must be some substance in the things that he's saying and the concerns that he has. So I would want to say, let us put pride aside and encourage Mr. Hendricks to write to you so that that item can come before this portfolio committee or whichever other platform it needs to be to discuss this, not just for us in a portfolio of sports, for all other portfolio committees. That is just my request, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Hey, I don't want to waste time and we have to proceed. Honorable Malachani. Honorable Malachani.
Chairperson, you don't waste time. You know, at some stage we need to be hard on the entities so that they can be able to understand that the nation there, they are suffering and they need development. And this is so unfortunate that the whole president of SASCOC, whom the majority of entities are under him, he's behaving this way. And that is why we are having, majority of these entities having problems, cases that cannot be resolved. It's because of behavior like this. I hope this is for the last time we saw the president up until he wrote a letter to apologize for his behavior. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, and I don't understand. Last night, 10:10, I've been WhatsApp by SASCOC's president with that tweet or Facebook post stating, "Why are you allowing this, Joe?" My response was, this is a simple notice, Barry, and it's not my page. Members do whatever they want to and communicate to whoever they want to. It's not something I can stop or dictate not to do. It's out of my control. Like I said, Mr. Hendricks is not a member. And when people come and report here, they must report as such, not as politicians. Department Sports, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, we will cover issues of governance. Our presentation would also speak briefly to areas of school football and the football club development, where we contribute as a department in as far as this particular sport code is concerned. We will talk to the strategic support deliverables and financial support given to SAFA, which you will note, Chair, is not much. However, it is a very specific to a program or an intervention that needed to be addressed through that particular funding. The Chief Director, Winning Nations, will take the committee through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning once again, Chairperson. I am conscious of time, and I would, as best as possible, try and summarize most of the slides so that, because it's quite a bit of a lengthy presentation compared to the previous presentations, Chair. Just to recap on the focus, in terms of SAFA being here, areas of financial support, governance, and other related matters. And in terms of our presentation, we obviously just giving an overview in terms of what support we are providing to the association, but beyond that also support in terms of the other programs that we are championing at the provincial level. Just to note, and I'm sure that SAFA would also recap on this, the financial year period of SAFA runs from July to June, and in terms of the communication to us, the last AGM was last year, 2024, where in the annual report, President's report, as well as the financial statements were presented. The very vibrant schools football program that we support at the provincial level. This is particularly through the conditional grant, and this is the grant that is then allocated to the various provinces, and they run the various programs at that level. In terms of provincial equipment and attire, it covers training of educators as well as community leaders. But worth noting, Chair, is that over the past few years, we have also been assisting in terms of participation of the country in the Under-19 CAF African Schools Championship, which is a regional as well as continental stages. Chair, this is the just a breakdown of the overview in terms of support at the provincial level, and Chair, starting at the district level with the provincial championships, and then the national championships, and the ones the last edition was in Benoni, and then the continental championship. This way, obviously, just a selected number of athletes actually participate at that level. The overview continues, Chair, in terms of the support and the number of schools that we were able to reach through our program, which covered areas of equipment and attire, training, D-level license, the national championship, which happened in Joburg, then the regional championship, which happened in Namibia, and the continental championship, which happened in Ghana. Chair, just in terms of the summary of the championships, under 15 category, which both boys and girls, starting at district to international stage in 2023, with the hosting and participation in the CAF Under-19, which was held in Durban, and district level the activities which were for the 2023 and 2024 season. And then in June, as well as July, provincial championships as well as the national championships were held in Gauteng, in Benoni. This is just a picture of the school after under 15 boys schools team, after winning the silver in the CAF African Schools Championship, which was held in Durban. It's just a highlight of some of the successes of some of these interventions, without necessarily getting into details, but I think there is a clear progress and successes that are being witnessed, with some of the players actually making it into the higher levels of competition, Chair. This is just the visual presentation of some of the successes and what the interventions and the programs are beginning to yield. Chair, this slide just covers again the various successes and some of the things that have been done, which I've spoken to in the previous slides. However, this is a continuation, Chair. You will see this is primarily then 2024. The previous slides were just giving a scan of the previous year, which was 2023. But it is worth noting, Chair, that in May, the CAF African Schools Championships in Ghana. The girls actually won bronze, which is quite also promising. And again, just highlighting some of the successes for 2024-2025, just to confirm that indeed there is some promise in terms of the pipeline for football, with the collaboration between the department as well as the association. Again, the visual presentation. Chair, the club development program, which the department actually runs, this is again through the conditional grant that is specifically happening at the provincial level, essentially to try and strengthen collaboration and partnership between the provincial departments as well as the association at the provincial level, because that's where development chair happens, not necessarily at the national level, but this is to make sure that there's grassroots development program. So the club development program has been running for a number of years, but we are beginning to re-engineer it a bit because we have learned some lessons in terms of the shortcomings thereof, having done a pilot program some good 7 years ago. So this program seeks to focus again on equipment and attire and the provision of support in terms of logistics, and in some instances for some clubs assisting with registration fees and to make sure that the club at the lowest level is actually solid as a club. Critical, chair, is capacity building, which is skills development, because without that, just not limited to players, but also administration as well as other aspects of running a club at a local level. Chair, this is just a breakdown and visually also just distribution of the interventions throughout the country. We would like to be in more areas, Chair, but unfortunately it's a resource-based and intervention. With time, I'm sure that we'll be able to improve. Chair, this intervention continues, and just giving the breakdown and the distribution of football clubs per province. Chair, this is just a breakdown in terms of what the provinces have been spending in terms of the various delivery areas, equipment and attire, as well as in terms of education and training. Chair, just moving on to the direct financial support that the department gives to the association for the 2023-24 financial year at 6.7 million, specifically for projects and programs. And Chair, just to note that the primary focus for the support is on Women's National League and women's football programs. That is in terms of the direct financial support that we provide to SAFA. So we don't cover administration or any other related cost areas. For 24-25, 6.7, and again, the similar areas. Just then to note, Chair, that I think this is now common knowledge that we provided support to SAFA, which was a special support of 5 million rands in December 2024, and that being an advance from what they would have, the Federation would have received in 2025-2026 financial year. Just to summarize, Chair, that in terms of our interaction with the Federation so far, we have been able to disperse because the Federation has been able to submit the necessary compliance documents. And we also then continue to work with the various structures at different levels together with the provincial departments to roll out the club development as well as the school sport programs in support of the development of football in the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sipiwa. Dr. Jordan, who's taking us through with the SAFA presentation. Is 20 minutes enough?
I don't think it's going to be enough, but because it's quite a comprehensive presentation, we'll ask the CEO and the CFO to read the presentation.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you, Chair.
Would you love to have it?
Yeah, please.
Can perhaps assist?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I will just highlight, due to time, I will just highlight some of the slides. Some of them were just for information sharing. Firstly, thank you for inviting the South African Football Association to the Portfolio Committee so that we can share what is it that we do and where we are and address some of the... This side. Am I more audible? Thank you. So yes, just to highlight that the South African Football Association is more interested or more focused on football development in the country. We deliver various national teams on the international stage from under 15, which is schools that the DSEC touched on, and right through to the senior national teams. We are responsible for training of the referees and coaches as well, and we do so through our 9 provincial structures, and we are divided into 52 regions and 343 local football associations. We have a democratically elected National Executive Committee with the next SAFA elective Congress being 2026. This year on the 26th of June 2025, we will have an ordinary Congress where our 52 regions come in as an AG to the AGM together with our associate members. In terms of the structure where we belong, we are a member of CAF on the African continent that consists of 52 members, and also FIFA, which has 211 members. On the COSAFA region, we are part of the 14 member associations under the COSAFA umbrella. Thank you. Maybe I should, yeah. In terms of our structure, we have the Congress. As I said, it's got 52 regions, 9 provinces and 9 associate members, and we have a special member there, being the National Soccer League or the Premier Soccer League. We have a National Executive Committee that is elected every 4 years, and under there we have standing committees in various areas: competition, legal, finance, etc. And then we do have a number of independent committees, and I belong under the SAFA Secretariat, being responsible for the day-to-day running of the association. This I already touched on. Our associate members, 9 of them consist of also University Sports South Africa and the South African Football Coaches Association, and other members, in total 9. And we are divided into 9 provinces, and those provinces have got regions under them. I shall not go into detail as far as that concerned. I will take it as members have gone through that. And the administrative structure, under myself, I have the Chief Operating Officer, Advocate Tebogo Motlanthe unfortunately couldn't be with us today, and I've got the Chief Financial Officer, and we do have as well a Chief Medical Officer that assists us in terms of medical compliance of our national teams. This I've already touched on. We have 343 LFAs and plus minus 40,000 clubs in South Africa. We are governed by various governance instruments, statutes, rules, regulations, and a number of policies under administration, falling under finance, procurement, HR, ICT, and other operational requirements. I've put forward our vision. What is it that we would like to achieve as an association? Our mission has been there for a number of years, and our values that we put together in 2023 together with the NEC that was elected in 2022. That is just going into detail. In terms of our pillars or key performance areas, those are the areas that we are working on, with key focus on some of them. I think currently we've added professionalization of women's football is something that we would like to achieve in the next 2 to 3 years, so that our women can be given a platform to express their talent and be rewarded for such. And safeguarding is quite important so that we can provide an environment where our girls and all the vulnerables can participate in sport, comfortably so, and in terms of upgrading our technical performance center. Some of the pillars come from Vision 2022. However, there are key performance indicators that we still continue with. Our focus now being the financial stability because of the recent challenges that we've had. And my CFO will talk about the financial turnaround strategy that we're working on. And in terms of how do we look to attract new sponsors. And under commercial, we also have licensing and merchandise so that we can tap into third income stream to bring more money into the association and empower our members commercially so that they can be financially independent. This was just going more into detail in terms of our commercial viability because our commercial partners are very important to us as the majority of our funding comes from sponsors. And followed by FIFA grants and also KEF grants. I will jump this because those are actionable targets for the next 2 years in terms of commercial. Technical, we work on talent identification, the national under-15 interprovincial tournaments that we work closely with FIFA on talent development scheme, club licensing workshop for the PSN and also for the Women's National League. Supporting schools, supporting and building a stronger school sport program. And we have a high performance center with 25 girls at the University of Pretoria. And we are working on establishing a high performance center for our boys from 2026. As we work with referees and coaches, we look to increase the numbers of coaches there, in particular women referees and women coaches. In terms of our national teams, which is an area that we were asked to touch on, where we are with our national teams, we'll start with the women. Banyana currently ranked number 2 on the African continent. They are the African champions since 2022. They are currently preparing for the AFCON, which is happening in Morocco from July. Our under-15 girls are bronze medalists from the African Schools Football Championship. And we have our under-20 preparing to participate in the qualifiers for the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup. And Banyana will also be working on qualifying for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. I'll jump that to the men now. Bafana are ranked number 10 on the African continent. The bronze medalists from the last AFCON having qualified as well for this year's AFCON. Our under-17 just recently participated in the AFCON in Morocco. And they qualified for the under-17 FIFA World Cup that will be taking place in Qatar. Our under-20 men's team also participated last month in May in the AFCON, where they were crowned champions of Africa, and they will be participating in the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Chile. Just to also emphasize that the fact that our Chen team, Bafana Chen team, also qualified for the 2025 African Nations Championship that will be taking place in August, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. So on an annual basis, we'll be looking to qualify for the FIFA Under-17 World Cup and every 2 years for the Under-20 World Cup. These are some of the projects that we're working on, important to us, and just in terms of the monies that are required for us to raise in terms of taking care of those projects. I will not go into detail on that. Technical is just a foundation in terms of how do we go about structuring our technical performance and technical department, bringing in coaches, bringing in sports science and medicine. TDS, I've already talked about it. We look to have an under-15 interprovincial tournament on an annual basis so that we can produce the next stars, and there's a clear pathway for our players from under-15 right through to senior national teams. Schools football I've already touched on. Capacity building, and we are responsible for the qualification, empowering our coaches. From KEF D license, which is an entry, KEF C, B, and A, which are requirements to sit on the bench when you are participating in competitions. We do put together match commissioners workshops and pre-season referees workshops and administrators workshops as well, so that we can empower those that are not working, that are not players, but are helping in terms of the football in the country. Domestic competitions, this is our competition framework in terms of where we belong, how many clubs we have in the different segments. We are responsible for the Women's National League, whereas the National Soccer League is responsible for the PSL and the NFD. However, the rest of them in terms of regional leagues, we are responsible for that for both men and women. We have the SASO League, which is a promotion league to the SAFA Women's National League, which is the Hollywood Bet Super League. We have the ABC Motsepe League, which is a promotional league for the National Football NFD division, for which falls under the PSL. Awards, we do honor our ladies on an annual basis after a season, so that we can recognize some of the top achievers in women's football on an annual basis together with our sponsors. National teams, I've talked about the hierarchy. We start from under 15 level right through to the senior teams. And in between every 4 years, we produce an Olympic team that can represent the country in the Olympics. Men under 23s, whereas women, it's senior women that go to this competition. We've participated in 2 Olympic Games so far, the 2012 and 2016 for the women, and the men 2016 and 2020. I will jump these slides because they talk about our junior national teams. I've already touched on our achievements around there. And then there are a list of fixtures that our teams are involved in, Banyana right through to the end of the year. And Bafana, currently we do have 2 friendly matches happening on the 6th and the 10th. Banyana today playing against Zambia in preparation of the AFCON. And Bafana preparing for the FIFA qualifiers from September onwards. And we have been recognized, our players and our coaches have been recognized in the COSAFA Awards and also the CAF Awards through nominations, and also achieving actual awards in Morocco last year. We have a new women's football strategy so that we can focus on building women's football in the country, an area of interest and a personal interest of mine as well as a former player, so that we can ensure that our women's football remains on top, and we do continue to increase the number of players in the leagues participation and the coaches. on a continental and participation as well on a continental regional level. And production as well of various, administrators, referees, and also coaches. Our pillars, we have 5 pillars under the women's football strategy: participation, competition, professionalizing the women's football, education, officer to focus more on finance. Talking through the financial performance of the association, where we are and where we look to go.
Thank you very much, CEO and Chairman, who will take you through the finances of SAFA. So SAFA, every single year, we produce audited financial statements. Since 1991, without fail, we get our finances audited and we produce audited financial statements. Also, since 1991, we have been receiving unqualified audit reports. So I think that is very important for us to point out. We comply with international standards of audit, and our audit is risk-based. I'm going to give you a summary of the 2024 audited financial statements, which we submitted to the members, and you should have that in your possession. For 2024, which is year ended 30 June, we reported a loss of 5.4 million. Our total turnover is 356 million. That's the revenue for the year. And the reason why we reported a loss for 2024 is, firstly, we don't have funding for junior national teams. So all our junior national teams are active, they participate in different programs, but we don't have sponsors for that. And we also don't have sponsors for our development programs. The other reason why we reported the loss is because our senior women's national team participated in the 2023 FIFA World Cup. And for us to get the team to the World Cup, you have to prepare the team. So we spent quite a lot of money preparing the team for the World Cup and also participating at the World Cup. Bafana also participated at the Africa Cup of Nations in 2023, where they achieved a bronze medal. We also had to prepare the team, and they participated at the tournament, which involved quite a lot of cost. We also had to pay the players' bonuses. This is the Banyana players when they participated at the FIFA World Cup, and then Bafana when they participated at AFCON, and the technical staff as well, the coaches, the assistant coaches, they get bonuses if they perform in terms of their contract. So we had to pay all those costs, which were accounted for under the financial year that we're talking about. And then this slide, it's quite faint, but I'll just highlight a few numbers. I'm sure you received the slide, so you'll be able to see the numbers quite properly. But what we want to highlight is this is the financial performance of SAFA over the last 10 years. We thought, let us give you a perspective of a 10-year perspective rather than 1 year, so that you can have a better understanding of the trends within SAFA. So the first line is broadcast revenue. What you'll see is that in 2015, we had 78 million revenue from the SABC. And then 2017, we had 111 million. But in 2019, the SABC then told us that they were experiencing financial challenges. Therefore, they are not able to renew the contract at the same level as before. So they only renewed their initial offer from 110 million per annum was 10 million per annum. So that was a huge reduction. We ended up settling for 25 million per year from the SABC. So what you'll see is that our revenue, broadcast revenue, has declined over the years from 2018 because of the challenges that the SABC has been experiencing. But what you also see is that we've got budget figures there. We are budgeting that our revenue should increase because there are some strategies that we have in place to increase our revenue. In terms of sponsorship, sponsorship revenue has been more or less the same. There's been not much increase, but when you look at it in real terms after factoring inflation, the sponsorship revenue in real terms has actually gone down because...
For interrogation, interpellation style, you may ask the question through me, and then you proceed. If you want a direct answer, wait for the direct answer, and then you proceed to your next issue. I'm going to ask members in the following order: Honorable Moletsane, Honorable Mtetwa. For now, I'm going to give each and every member an opportunity. I take note of every member, and I know everyone is eager. I'm going to ask everyone to ask questions. Honorable Moletsane.
Chairperson, before we are just caucusing about this 5 minutes. Is it really fair, Chair, 5 minutes?
No, you're going to give another chance, unless I'm giving you 10 and then you're done. If you want,
no, it's fine. I will have my 5 and then I will have my 5 later.
I want everyone's view to be heard. I want everyone to have an opportunity to ask a question. I'm looking at all of us. If you give 10 minutes now, someone will be able to speak after hour and 20 of 10 minutes. But that's why I want each and every one. You'll get another 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me appreciate the presentation that has been done by DSEC as well as SAFA. Chairperson, I just want to check when SAFA was presenting the disparities in grant distribution across provinces raise serious questions on equitable resource allocation. The minimal support to provinces like Free State and Northwest suggest inadequate needs assessment and systematic barriers to accessing available funding. I saw in one of the presentation there was nothing for Free State as well as Northwest, and we need to address such issues because we serve the whole 9 provinces, not a certain number of provinces. Chairperson, let me just start with the issue of assistant referees. We have the assistant referee by the name of Zakhele Siwela. Zakhele Siwela, he was part of World Cup in Qatar and Russia. And he was serving with the gentleman by the name of, let me remember that name again. I will remember it, but he's still part of CAF. Gomen, yes. I just want to check, how did we end up taking Zakhele out of the CAF referees panel? Because Gomez claims that he doesn't have a knowledge how the name was taken out, and he's the chairperson. That will be my first question. And then my second question, Chair.
Moletsane, maybe if they can respond to that, the questions. Ask it one by one, a response, and then you go to your next question. So there are 2 questions already. The one of the Free State issue and the one of the referee. Press, you may designate anyone to respond.
Yes. Honourable, yes, thanks for your question. Unfortunately, I cannot answer that question. I don't have privy to that information. The CAF committee decides the officials that are allocated either on the panel or on a list for tournaments or games. It's got no South African influence whatsoever. The only South African influence we have is nominating match officials to a panel of FIFA match officials as such. The rest, FIFA and CAF decide on that, ma'am.
What I can undertake, I will make a follow-up on that question at the level of CAF to find out exactly what has happened. And I will revert to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Molatani. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think last year Majita was playing in Mozambique, the COSAFA Cup. Where's the lady? I remember I phone CEO complaining about the treatment that is given to Amajita compared to the treatment that is given to Bafana Bafana. And it can be correct that you have your under 20 team that is winning the cup for us, left, right, and center, and then the treatment is not the same. And the reason for my call on that day was that someone calls me to say that we are seeing your national team here buying food in the street. They don't even have money. And I was even requested that can it be possible for us to send those guys money. And I remember I called you regarding that. I think we need to have a serious look at that. Fast forward, Amajita has just won the CAF. Is it CAF? Yes. They've just won the CAF. And it's not like the NEC approved this chief medical officer, and if yes, can we be submitted with the minutes of that meeting when the NEC approved the appointment of this medical chief officer? Thank you, Chairperson.
SAFA.
I will start with the last question so that I don't forget. Yes, the chief medical officer did tender his resignation. However, whenever someone resigns from the association, I take time to sit with them and talk to them. Just like whenever I resign from a position, they've sat down with me to check, what are the issues, where can we address the issues, and we see where we can work. Can we go forward, or can I accept that resignation? I did not accept that resignation from the chief medical officer because I felt he was a very important part of the association, especially as far as player wellness is concerned, and also our compliance to CAF and FIFA medical requirements. So I did not accept his resignation, and so in a nutshell, he did not resign. It was in the newspapers that he resigned. It was premature because I had not accepted his resignation on that. And on the Amajita treatment, I think I will allow my CFO to address that because we do have processes in place whenever a team leaves the country to participate in a competition outside the country in terms of how do we capacitate them to be able to take care of themselves when they're outside.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So when our teams leave the country, including Amajita in this case, we make provision for everything. We make provision for their transport, we book their accommodation, we give them...
my apologies. I want crisp answers. They did not eat. They had to buy Kentucky elsewhere. We found here and there. Is it a yay or a nay? Because we were called 1 o'clock in the morning.
The allegation is false. The Amajita team had enough resources.
Thank you. That's great. Next response, press. The issue on the 5 million. Are you giving it back? What's happening?
Is it?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. So the 5 million, it was an advance payment. So this year, when DSEC pays us, they are going to automatically deduct. So the money will be paid back in that way.
Okay, so we're plowing back. VAR, the issue of 80 million rand. And I must also say, please take us through per game, because it's estimated that it cost 700,000 per game.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I don't know how the 80 million came about. I'm not privy to that information. What I can tell you is that the budget that's been proposed per game is 70,000 rand. Now that times by an average in a league matches, there's about 220, 30, 40 games, 240 games, sorry, with cup games as well. So, you know, if you can do the maths, 240 times, it's 16.8 million rand. So that's what's been budgeted for. Yes, outside the training of that's just per game, just to keep it going, week in, week out. Outside the training, besides those other figures that I gave earlier on.
Isaac, austerity measures, is there money?
Chair, I wanted just to start with the question around the advance payment that was paid to SAFA. That amount was 5 million. And it was an advance, as I'm indicating, Chair, which then means that SAFA would not be getting any allocation in 25-26 because there has been an across-the-board reduction of grants to federations, as we've been reporting. Things simply we will talk to the issue of the VAR.
Thank you, Chair. I think looking at just listening to the responses from SAFA, it covers the issue of the costing. Yes, Chair, there's a question of where did the 80 million come from? Essentially, Chair, you estimate. And that really was an estimation, like it almost happens in any other, event. Noting that obviously this is a bit of a unique experience for the country. Yes, it might have happened elsewhere in the world, but there are so many dynamics that you need to consider.
Thanks for that. So the estimate is based on the announcement of the minister. Because the member said that the minister announced that.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yes. Honorable Tetwa?
Thank you, Chair. Let me remind the members here present that we are commissioners of oath. So whatever that you say can be used against you, whether here or in the court of law. So your honesty will be very, very important in how you respond to our questions. Let me firstly take responsibility of us as government, because we are part of government. And it still puzzles me that a federation like SAFA, a sporting code that attracts so many millions of people, a popular sport, especially to black people, it gets 6.7 million for development. And in the CFO's presentation, he points out to the fact that because they don't have funding on development and junior national teams, they have gone bankrupt to even not be able to pay salaries. My question to the department, or maybe let me bring this to your attention. Let me start with a question. At what age do you consider one eligible to get support for development? I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. When you look at the United States that we see today and marvel about its excellence, whether in movies, arts, sport, they're even willing to give people citizenship. Idris Elba was born in London by parents from Ghana. One parent is from Ghana. The other one is from Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, yes. He's made a big star today because of America taking him from Africa and giving him the support. But as government, we are willing to pay 80 whatever estimated amount for the VAR. We're talking creation of jobs, we're talking skills development, but we're not willing to invest in these important things. Why? What is the reason for that? I mean, who would doubt SAFA in this country? And we know politically that organizations and sporting codes that are more driven by black people, they suffer in terms of sponsorship. I don't think SARU would be facing this similar situation. So there is this lack of appetite to really do things that we want to do politically, so we're just ticking boxes. At what age? The second one is what, let me go to the second question to the department. Now you've given 5 million in advance, and you expect SAFA to pay back this money immediately when you avail the 6.7. What is the rationale to that? Now, what's going to happen to the development? Again, the development that you expected to happen with the 6.7, which is mostly around the development of females' participation. Now you have given them money to pay salaries at the risk of compromising the development of participation of ladies or female athletes. What are you saying? Why are you not spreading this 5 million into 5 years in order to allow that particular process of regaining the confidence, of regaining their business back? Let me go to SAFA. Tate Denny Jordan, you know this country respects you so much. You are veered in many levels. And I would like to find out, to get an honest answer from you. In your gut feeling, do you have a feeling of having overstayed your welcome as the president of SAFA or in the leadership of SAFA? Do you have that feeling? Your response, CEO, with whoever that you were drafting that, the response on malicious attacks, I want to put it to you, and I want you to give me or take me into confidence that that particular draft or that statement that was issued, it smells pink doctoring, because it doesn't address the issues. It just says cheap lies. It doesn't give a person who reads that statement the confidence that, no, these indeed may be conspiracies around members because maybe members don't want certain people to return back. So you speak in your first paragraph, you state that these are cheap slides and what, but especially on the issue of on the issue of meetings not happening, On the issue of lack of consultation by the president, you immediately say that the meetings that would happen is between the president and vice presidents. And you stipulate that those are unconstitutional because there's no structure like that in the rules or in the constitution of the organization, which then you say that very unconstitutional structure, therefore it represents a sound board for decisions. I disagree with you. There must be, in the rules, there must be a portion that speaks into the meetings. There are certain meetings that are compulsory when it comes to governance. And you can't replace those by saying the president consults the vice president. Do you regard that as consultation? What is the entire board? What is the quorum of that meeting that can influence decisions, serious decisions? What is the quorum on that? If it is president and 2 vice presidents, is that a quorum that can influence decisions? Is there chaos, President? Is there chaos in SAFA? There's no smoke without fire. Why are those who are maliciously saying things about SAFA saying that there's chaos? You say that because of the support for the teams, you haven't been meeting executive, we haven't been having executive meetings. It's in your statement. That's why I'm saying whoever that was drafting that, please reconsider their services. They're not worth paying for. You're saying that you have not held meetings because you are supporting. Your main support goes into teams so that these teams don't miss a particular participation. Now, I want to go back to corporate governance. You spoke about governance, CEO. There are separation of powers in any organization. You have management, you have the board. The management will make recommendations or present requisitions which must be approved by the board. Who approves this if there's no executive meeting held? What process and mechanisms do you have to guard against these particular decisions that you are accused of taking such without consultation? And I would agree. From my point, I would agree. Because if you are saying there's no executive meeting, how do you make decisions that require the approval of the board, the approval of the CFO, this recommendation by the CFO whether that money is available or not? I have a lot of questions, but if the chair feels that this is enough, I would stop there. I would stop there because honestly, it doesn't make sense for me. That statement gives it away. Whatever that you are saying, you are addressing, it gives it away because you are actually indicating the challenges within the organization. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. SAFA. Another question to DSEC. Please take us through the statement, the meetings, the correcting issues, whether there's chaos, and whether, President, a direct question to you yourself.
Well, sorry, Chair, maybe the last question, critical question. Do you have a credit card as SAFA? And who is authorized to manage that credit card?
Me.
And how is it approved for the usage?
I have no credit card from SAFA. I use my own credit cards. I have it with me. I can show you a credit card. I don't have a credit card from SAFA. So nobody needs to approve it.
No, I'm asking SAFA if there is a credit card for SAFA.
Then there's a CFO. Do I have a credit card from SAFA?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, SAFA has got credit cards that we use mainly for our teams. So we give them to the team manager if the team is going on camp. That's where we place the money so that the team can meet its requirements, financial requirements. So yes, we have. They are kept in the finance department. When a team goes out, we give it to the team manager. When it comes back, they bring it back with the supporting vouchers for whatever they have spent.
Thank you, President. Daar's 'n direkte vraag. Sien jy nog kans om aan te gaan?
In any position in a democracy, you cannot give yourself a position. You cannot decide when you stay, when you go. That is the responsibility of our 52 regions, and they will take that decision. It's not for me to say I want to be a president. I never said that to them. They will decide when they want and what their decision they want to take. Can I just go back to the lady here who asked about the women? It is a fact that women are underrepresented. What we have decided in the next Congress, we have 52 regions. Every region must have at least one woman. And there's one region that had an entire women delegation. I'm saying at the minimum. So you can have two, you can have three, and one region came with 3 women delegates and no men. This is a position because we have 52 regions, times 3 is 150 women in that Congress. Those who have 3, you will go to 200 women in that Congress. Our Congress is a mess, a big gathering of people. And there's a significant voice of women there. Not only that they are women, they are quality women representatives making their voice loud and clear in the Congress. And you are invited to come to the SAFA Congress and see them. And some of them are trade union leaders. So they are leaders in other fields and not just in football. So I hope that will suffice, but this is an issue that's an ongoing matter, and we will deal with the matter further.
Thank you. There's an interesting question for you, CFO. You have presented 3 slides for us. Is there chaos if you look at the cash flow problems that you have? Is there chaos in SAFA?
No, there is no chaos. Do we have financial challenges? Yes, as I've explained in detail, but there is no chaos.
Thank you, Honorable Mteto. Are you happy? All your questions? Don't ask additional questions.
No,
I wrote all down.
The issue of chaos, Chair, it's not relating to the financial report. Generally, if there are no meetings held, what are the reasons for that? Real reasons, because we don't see that money going, funding the development.
Mr. Jordan, please take us through.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think in terms of how SAFA is structured is that SAFA operates through committees. So number of, I think like the National Assembly, number of work is, or a lot of work is done at the committee level. So the consultation happens through the committees that beside the NEC that will sit, but committees are sitting constantly, whether it's competition, finance, technical, and all of that, because on a daily basis, there are issues that need to be dealt with. So the other factor is that for an NEC to sit, you have to fly in people, and you have to have accommodation taking part of that. Now, in light of the challenges that we have as SAFA, you have to then weigh Do you fly in the NEC or do you take Bafana Bafana to Ivory Coast? And I think in the eyes of any South African, they will then want to see Bafana Bafana playing somewhere than having some NEC without Bafana Bafana playing. Then what will happen immediately after committees have been meeting and took certain decisions? And when the NEC sits, the NEC will ratify certain decisions that would have been taken by the NEC, I mean by the committees that are there, because some of these things happen on a daily basis and all of that. So the understanding...
Chair, through you, Chair. I think the Speaker is misleading the House. We have Zoom meetings that allows an NEC to meet. My concern is, you know, that as the Portfolio Committee, we say hashtag we follow the money. I want to see the separation of powers between where you say the CFO says yes, or the CEO says this is what we think we can do. And the CFO goes into his little corner and says, yes, we do have this type of money to be spent on this. And the audit committee goes and it looks at what other issues are there, the risks that are there. And then it then recommends to the board to say, yes, we want to do this. We have checked the risks are low. We can spend this money. We have this money. And then the board approves. That's what I'm concerned about. How do you get the board to approve without sitting? Or committees, they take decision to spend and then they go ahead and spend without the board approving? Or is it the president and his vice president who approves?
No.
Okay.
No. I think even that is understood out of context, the issue of the vice presidents and all of. But all I'm saying is that is the level in which we were operating. And I know that there are these new models of virtual meetings and all of that. And I don't want to take away from that. But in the context of SAFA, we then agreed that the best way to deal with NEC meetings was to be present in person. That's I think one of the issues. But the issue around vice president, I think it might be taken out of context in this sense. When we come to when we come to the portfolio committee to present, there ought to be a preparation, and then it's not taking away the powers of the NEC. So I think that is what I'm saying. It is out of context because our issue in dealing with the president and all of that is just a preparation. It's not even taking decisions on behalf of the association. But the NEC is there. We met in early this year, and we are going to meet on the 20th of June as per the circulars that have been out. So we are not undermining the fact that the NEC must take decision. And as I've just indicated, that in between the period, there will be work that is happening, and therefore the NEC will then see whether the decisions that were taken were in the interest of the association and ratify those decisions.
Let me make the following ruling. I think the issues about NEC meetings, we have to sit and also make recommendations after this meeting. If SAFA can submit us, with written proof, evidence that meetings has been held among NEC members, I think that is the concern that the honourable member has raised. I'm going to ask Honourable Daniels, then Honourable Sali, then Honourable Liam Jacobs, then Honourable Khabo, Honourable Ghana, Honourable Kobani, Honourable Trollop, and Honourable Mkunu. There's one for the department. Again, the 5 million. Is it interest-free, that 5 million? My humble apologies, Honourable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. The answer is no interest, Chair. Chair, perhaps let me start with that question, Chair. The association will not be required to pay the 5 million back.
Give them less.
Correct. It's an advance, Chair. So that's just maybe to correct that, yes.
It's called rob Peter to pay Paul.
Yes. Then to go. I don't know whether you want to add on this.
Chair, as I was saying, it was paid in lieu of the 25-26 allocations. So hence, we are saying it's an advance.
Then, Chair, on.
Can you further clarify, because I asked that question, 6.7 that you are allocating for development. Now, if you are going to take that 5 million out of the 6.7 because it was in advance, they are left with what? 1.7.
I
don't understand.
You are a lawyer. That question must come through me. You'll follow Saskok's footsteps. There's a question?
Chair, it's an advance. So, I think earlier DG indicated that for the 2025-2026 financial year, the allocations have not been concluded. So, but let's say hypothetically, the allocations remain unchanged, then it would have meant the difference of 6.7. But that's really depending on what the final allocations for the year would look like.
There was a number of other issues, and I want you to use this opportunity to respond. There's arguments and counter-arguments on statements and all of that. And as I've said, members are also sitting with their information from their various parties from where they are coming. Can members now go on in that following order?
There were two more questions from Honorable.
Proceed.
Responded to. The other question was on the why 6.7, noting that football is an important sport in the country. Chair, really, it is a matter of availability of resources. The allocation for the federations for the period under review was 108 million. Of that, SAFA received 6.7. And remember, the 108 million is shared by more than 60 federations. Technically, you will then notice that football then receives the lion's share of the 108. The other question, Chair, was on the age. What age do we consider to be the most appropriate to invest in an athlete? Typically, that would really vary from code to code. If we were to take the extremes of gymnastics, your international champion would probably be age 13, 14. So it means you start relatively much earlier. So for football as well, perhaps the more schooled in terms of the technicalities of football can advise, but we've seen that investment in other countries start as early as 5-6 years. So
no, great, thanks. That is enough. But we have to do something. The business fraternity doesn't say the same thing. If you can see the slides that has been shown, there's a number of withdrawal, and people are very reluctant to assist, especially if there is shenanigans within an organization. Members, can we proceed? I think, was it Honorable Daniels?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And I want to apologize for a late declaration I'm going to make. the Bafana goalkeeper, Ronza Williams, the captain of the squad, and the former goalkeeper, Kaylen Swart of Banyana Banyana, and myself, we come from Galvindale, PE. So for what it's worth, I thought, let me register that. If there's a conflict of interest from the northern areas of Port Elizabeth. We do indeed breed some fine athletes there. You can ask Dr. Jordan, who's also from my neck of the hood. I read a statement, quite disturbing, by one of our legendary footballers, Sean Bartlett, when he makes reference to, and he answered people on questions being asked, why is it that the footballers, and they cited Cape Town, but I'm sure it's beyond Cape Town as well, are not getting paid what they are worth. And they are told, go to Gauteng if you want proper income as a footballer. Now, how are we going to redress this imbalance? And we can argue the fact that clubs are privately owned. We cannot tell people how much they must pay their players. But surely it's a problem, because everybody now goes to Gauteng, depriving us from our homegrown talent and coming from the soil of, let's talk about Cape Town, because he made reference to Cape Town. Coming from the soil of Cape Town, how are we going to be an inspiration to the others on the ground? Those small and those beginnings, how are we going to be an encouragement to them if we pack our bags and we have to leave because of that challenge that we have? So I want to know, in this room, there must be appetite to address that problem. It is a problem. There must be appetite to address that. Has SAFA got a plan? Is there something they can do? Then, I also want to know our professional teams, our PSL teams. Is there a mandatory obligation given to them to ensure that they facilitate development of this beautiful game within the jurisdiction of where their home grounds are? And I have a reason why I asked this particular question. Let me pause there and wait on a response, please, Honourable Chairperson.
There's two questions, two responses, please. The issue of redress the imbalances. Crack the whip, Press. Crack the whip.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair, and thank you very much, President. The imbalance in the payment of salaries on professional teams is an economical factor that posits right through the world, where you'll have your Barcelona team, you'll have your Mallorca team. So it's the same. It's pure economy. That when you play in a certain place, the salaries will be at this rate. You go to a certain place, at this rate. But then what do? Club licensing is the answer to that, because once you introduce club licensing, then you level the playing fields. You can get to the point as well of having your minimum salaries paid to players, though you can't cap. But it's and also what's key with club licensing is the issue of that you can also, the financial fair play issue that's applicable in Europe, where you'll find that the money allowed for football clubs to use is football money. And then once we introduce that, then you level the playing field so that salaries will be more or less equal. Because the moment you allow private money to come in and pay salaries, it means that the clubs can afford money to pay to players that is not from football, which is then gives a disadvantage to those that only use football money. The last point that The other question club licensing is the answer to basically both your questions. Once we bring club license, then it normalizes everything. And then we can then move forward to make sure that there's equity in football clubs right through the country, not necessarily those in Joburg. But economy will always drive to the point there will be bigger clubs than others, there will be smaller clubs, so salaries will never be the same.
So with the CAF licenses, are you saying, you're telling me there is a plan, there is a way out to address the imbalances? Is there something that you're going to do about it?
Yes, FIFA has got documents that talks about club licensing, and we are in the process of dealing with it as SAFA.
Any timeframes about such processes? Because you sound like politicians now. We are going to do this for you and that for you. We never say when.
Club licensing is not only the formula for professional football. It's the remedy even for amateur football. Because club licensing makes us regulate each and every club in this country to make sure that what you were saying, to impose what are the requirements for you to have a club, what are your obligations to the area you are in. All those issues are addressed by club licensing. And FIFA, to address this issue right through the world, they've got policy on club licensing that SAFA is in the process to implement. It may take a year or two to implement, but as soon as we implement that, that will be the time then we see real redress on the issues of parity in payment in football.
Then lastly on this point, I would request the Honourable Chairperson, because it's a serious matter, that SAFA give us updates on the developments of these things to the benefit and betterment of the game. Thank you. And then the obligation, mandatory obligation, are there any for them to the professional teams in the jurisdiction of where the home grounds are?
Currently none. That's why I say club license is what will address that issue. Once you have club license, then that's when you bring the obligations and what these various clubs must do in their areas. But I have to say that there are clubs that are working very, very well within the areas that they are in, and they are very supportive. Like in Gauteng, they've got a league, that's junior leagues that they work, that includes the professional clubs and also the amateur clubs. So in different areas, there's different approaches, so it depends on the relationship at that time. But club licensing, once it's introduced, then it will level the playing fields for everyone. But currently, the relationship is just managed whether we can relate and we've got the same common goal going forward.
Honourable Daniels, I just want to add to what Honourable Daniels is saying. I think every time it's club license, what is SAFA doing on that? And I think that is the members' concern. Has something been done to date as far as the issues concerned and the response on club license? Is there programs?
This question also relates to, as is indicated, it deals with the competitiveness of the whole league. Because in South Africa and also in Europe and elsewhere, you can say, next year, Barcelona or Real Madrid is going to win the league. The other teams are going to play to avoid relegation. And this is about the financial resources that these teams have. UEFA has introduced something that they talk about, financial fair play. So the financial fair play, they look at the revenue, because at one stage, 80% of the English Premier League clubs were bankrupt. I don't know the South African position, but it's also a challenge. And they try to distribute the money so that nobody must sink. At least they must keep the head above the water. So we will have to look at the financial fair play, see how we can improve it, and we'll send you a copy of the financial fair play, and maybe you can also make an input, because it is an issue not just from a revenue standpoint, but from a competition standpoint. Because if we don't, then we can now predict for the next 10 years, this team is going to win the league, this team is going to be number one, this team number two, and so on. What about the rest? And invariably you'll find that those teams are further away from the metropolitan areas, in the rural areas, which means they will just come up and be relegated, come up and relegated. So what we'll have to do is to send you the financial fair play model from UEFA, and we can then engage on this issue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jordan. The CFO indicates that SAFA is struggling with sponsors, getting sponsors on board. And then also says that because of the good performance of Bafana, there's now interest from sponsors or funders to come on board and assist, which is very welcoming to hear. But then we've got, besides the fact that our junior national teams don't get funding, Banyana don't have sponsors. But in my understanding, Bafana woke up the other day a few sleeps ago. Banyana was awake a long time ago. And they've been performing much better than Bafana. Now, if I sit here and I hear the CFO saying that companies now express interest to come on board, why is Banyana then not favored, considering their track record of performing much better than Bafana? Is it then the very same reason why there's a boys' brigade here in front of us? That they are biased to Bafana as opposed to considering Banyana also, based on the track record? Thank you.
Response?
Yeah, I think that in spite of being the boys' brigade, we have a real commitment to women's football. We've already decided in 2013 that all our women teams must be coached by women. And we have accelerated women coach education, women participation in the governance structures and so on. We have not arrived at an ideal situation, but this is something that we'll continue to work on. So the question of the sponsorship for Bafana, you see the long list of sponsors for Bafana. Banyana, only two sponsors. And this is a reluctance. Maybe the boys' club is also in the corporate boardrooms and they take boys' club's decisions and not benefit women football. And I don't think football is alone. If you look at rugby and women's rugby, you look at the men's cricket and the women's cricket, and you can go through. See how much does the Springboks earn, how much does the women team earn, and so on. But this is an issue not just for SAFA. It's a societal issue, it's an issue that we will happily work with you on this question because it is important that we address this issue. So I just want to say that this is a matter that, of course, is not the end, but it's a matter that will continue, and hopefully we'll see a breakthrough on women's sponsorship for women's football. On the youth also, we have 10 national teams. We have Bafana, Banyana, and then we have 6 youth teams, under 15, under 17 boys and girls, under 15 boys and girls, under 20 boys and girls. 6 teams, no sponsor, not a single sponsor. Now, where must the money come from? The money must come from SAFA in some way, because we have to have a commitment to the youth. We cannot talk about drugs and all sorts of problems and we don't have a program to take the kids off the street and put them into sport. So these are the challenges that we face. And besides the fact that in all sports, 60% of the revenue comes from broadcasting. That is so in the English Premier League, every other league, 60%, in some case 50%. In SAFA, 0. The Springboks, for a 5-year term, received 2.8 billion rand broadcast rights. Cricket, 1.4 billion rand. SAFA, 0. And in spite of those challenges, we have to address those issues. But we'll be happy to work with you on this matter, particularly on the women, because even in the broadcast for men's sport and women's sport, from the SABC, which is a state broadcaster, you'll see the gap and the difference. Men's game is valued higher than women's game. And these are the challenges, but we are not there yet.
Thank you, President. Proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I don't have long more to go. I've got about 2 things I want to touch on. But Dr. Jordan, I can never buy into you wanting to make a reference about cricket and rugby. And as much as it's true, no man's wrong is any man's right. And we shouldn't reference somebody else and say, but they're doing it so we can also do that. Let us start here. The change starts with us. Our footballers die poor. And it's sad. Footballers sell furniture, and even to the extent, sadly so, collect bottles to sell, to survive. We need to make sure that there's programs in place to educate them, train them, financial management and other things, to give them a holistic development, not just being great out in the middle and struggling on the side. So that is something I would like us to look into. Then my question is, if a PSL team wants to relocate their home ground elsewhere, do they write to SAFA and request permission to do so? Question? No. Then whose prerogative is it to do that? It's a PSL. So PSL will approve or disapprove such applications. Are you aware, because of based on the statements that I've read in the media about Chippa United, forever going back to BCM, they signed, I think, under correction, a 20-year agreement there for the stadium, somewhere around 3,000 Rand a month. I stand to be corrected. And now say that, no, we are now going to BCM. We are taking all our games there. So surely I want to know then, was a letter, are you aware of a letter of such a request that was sent to the PSL?
Thanks, President. In yesterday's paper, they have withdrawn that. They said that it was rumors that they were going to PCM. They are no longer going to PCM. That's what I read in yesterday's paper.
That's the U-turn.
Yes.
My question relates to, did the PSL receive any correspondence from Chippa United requesting to relocate?
CEO?
The home ground.
I am not aware of that. They write to the PSL. The PSL Chief Executive Officer is Ms. Mato Madlala, so they would write to her, and then she would take that to her executive committee, which is separate from the South African Football Association.
Honorable Chairperson, this is very serious because it is the only PSL team in the Eastern Cape. I'm a firm believer that we need more than one PSL team there. But these type of threats, if I'm not happy, I take my ball and I leave. That is not on. And therefore, through you, Chairperson, I would like them, PSL, to respond to whether such applications were made for relocating the home ground from Nelson Mandela Bay to Buffalo City, East London.
Thank you, Honourable Daniels.
I've got one more, Honourable Chairperson.
Okay, you have 60 seconds. Proceed.
Brewers, Bafana coach announced the final squad for the friendlies to be played this week and next week, Mozambique and Tanzania. 23 players for the friendlies to be played. 16 of the 23 are black African players. 7 of the 23 are not. I've always asked myself, and particularly when I watch Bafana play, and at times, if Ronwen Williams was not the goalkeeper, there would not have been a colored player on that field. How and why is it, if we reflect on 1996 AFCON, that was a true representation of a rainbow nation representing our country, and look what they've achieved, and it was the last time they've achieved that. SAFA, how and why is it that you're not going to tell me there's no quality colored players? You're not going to tell me there is no Neil Tovis out there, white players. Why is it that when it comes to Bafana, the majority must be black African in particular? That is not fair. If the colors had no talent, there would not have been a Kalen Swart. There would not have been a Roland Williams. There would not have been a Dane Clayt. There would not have been a Frankie Skuman. There would not have been a Bradley August. There would not have been a Sean Bartlett. There would not have been a Benny McCarthy and others. Why are you guys folding your arms when this happens? Is it because the African National Congress is controlling you? If it is the case, I want to know. Because it's a National Congress for Africans. Honorable Chairperson, this is, you know why? They want to call us colored people, gangsters, druggies, pantiti. We've got so much talent amongst us. But it's because we are deprived of opportunities for being the wrong color of our skin that we don't make it where we belong to play at those levels. I firmly believe that this must be addressed properly, fairly, and afford everybody the opportunity to compete for that positions. Because when our people, a child in sport is a child out of court.
Wrap up, Honourable Member.
I will wrap up. Thank you so much, Chairperson. So my request here is then, through you, Chairperson, SAFA must answer how and why is it that there's not enough representation of colored players in the Bafana squad when we've got so much potential, including white players. I've not seen Indian players really play football. Show me one or two, please, but if they are, consider them. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Daniels. May I make the ruling that the issue pertaining to the team in Eastern Cape be communicated to the committee, and perhaps seeing that I would gather that it's part of the constituency of Honourable Daniels and perhaps to him as well. Will SAFA respond to the letter, and then I will ask the next Honourable Member on the list. Respond to the letter question of Honourable Daniels.
Question of the composition of our team.
Yes.
Yeah. No, the question of selection of the team is the matter for the national coach. The Bafana team that won the bronze medal in Cote d'Ivoire, look at that team. Look at the team now. It may be, there is not just Ronwen Williams. There was also Peterson. I don't want to get into all of these things of racial categories because we are a non-racial organization. And we have to stick to it. Because this question of race is a threat to our society. And we must not, let me leave that. I'll talk to you offline on those issues. But I am clear that there is significant
Honourable Chairperson.
Opportunity.
Honourable Daniels.
I've asked this question, not offline. So I don't understand why we must have side stories. Honourable Jordan, you must understand one thing. You and I come from the same corner of Nelson Mandela Bay. You should understand equally the way I understand what this means. Now, it's not just Nelson Mandela Bay focused. I'm just using it as an example. You know what it does and what it means to our people. So I wouldn't appreciate an offline around the corner cup of tea discussion. This is the place we must iron everything out because we are of transparency. There's no malice in my question. It's just an uncomfortable question to some. But it's an important question. Thank you, Chairperson.
No. Thank you. Maybe I must make this ruling. I hear what the President says in terms of the team, but I think the issue raised by Honourable Daniels is core to the oversight rule pertaining to the work out there, particularly when entities received money from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So we have to address the inequalities. We have to transform sport in all spheres, and I think that is the crux of the matter. Perhaps I don't know. I hear what you say, Honourable Dennis, but for the question of time, if the SAFA can perhaps submit us with the criteria, because these issues are lying out there. It's also territorial representativity, geographic representativity, and also where SAFA plays. I don't know when last. In 2010, I traveled all the way with SAFA, but I don't know when last did Bafana played in FNB. You know the dynamics. I don't know when are we paying FNB. All these kind of things. I don't know when last did they play in the Northern Cape, in the Northwest, for what it's worth. But if it's fine with you, Honourable Daniels, if they can submit the criteria in selecting the team. Respond.
Let me respond to that, please, Chairperson. It's not fine with me, because what I sense here is Dr. Daniel Jordan is thinking, hey, my job. If I must now unpack here, hey, my job. We can't be sitting here singing for our supper. Dr. Jordan has been around the block over and over and over. It's time to stand down. So if this standing up for colored people is going to cost him his job, hi, man, you must go with me to the Ghana, to Calvindale. And there'll be people waiting there for you, cheering you on when you come.
No, I'm not afraid of the job. Certainly not on non-racialism. That is my life. I've been in the struggle for non-racialism, and I'm still pursuing non-racialism. But I think that my friend from Buffalo City wants to deal with the question. I am confident that there is enough for your benefit, colored players. There's Basadin, there is a lot of players. They're all mentioning.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Chair. At Bafana, all our national teams, if you go by demographics of this country, we are the only code that fully represents everyone. We may be failing in the one race of white, we may be failing there, but all the other races, if you look at the demographics of the country, we fully, there's no other code that beats us. If you look at the team, the under 20 team that won now, we actually got over-representation in that team of the other races to what you call black Africans. So let's not look at it one side. And we fully, I've got no fear or what about that as SAFA. We fully comply with the demographics of this country. And we don't have to do what other codes do and bring quota players. It happens naturally.
Thank you, Honourable Sali. Proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Just a second, Honourable Sali. Honourable Khabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think it falls within one of the meeting procedures that deal with I think it's exigency, if not mistaken. Chairperson, we are left with 1 hour, 30 minutes before the sitting of Parliament. And if we were to allow SAFA to continue responding the manner in which they are responding, we're not going to get an opportunity to ask them questions. And I'm going to plead with you, can you manage the time of response of SAFA? Because we are quite aware of this behavior, if not attitude, whereby people are being asked questions, they are deliberately responding to questions that they were never asked, and secondly, they are deliberately dragging their response as a way of chowing time. I'm going to plead with you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honourable Khabo. Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I'm taking my 10 minutes. I'm asking my questions, and whatever cannot be answered, I expect SAFA to go back to the YouTube and answer all the questions in detail. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The financials presented, was it endorsed by the NEC? Was all the financials circulated to all members at annual general meeting? How many was present, and do you have minutes of such meeting? I'm going to go to court cases. SAFA has been riddled with legal proceedings due to poor governance, lack of compliance, internal disputes, and other concerning situations. What I want to know is how many criminal cases and civil cases is pending and finalized against SAFA and its members over the past 5 years. Can you provide a list of all cases, the findings, and the status of these matters? What was the cost of legal proceedings been to date on matters related to SAFA? I know you've tried to provide some information, but I know that that is not all the matters. With regard to the legal matters, what was the internal process and reasons for dismissal of Namla Mampelo? Was fair labor practice followed, and what was the protection for her being the person being a whistleblower? SAFA has been ordered by the Western Cape High Court to pay approximately 2 million to clubs in the Provincial Sasol Women's League. Payments was to be made by the 20th of March 2025, and that is after a court order finding 2 provincial leaders in SAFA in contempt of court, and they too were fined 50,000 each. Has all payments been made with regard to the court orders and the contempt? If not, why not? Because allegations are out there that SAFA is in contempt of court orders. And then why did SAFA suspend 14 clubs after the court order was made and SAFA was found guilty? Several of these clubs come from impoverished areas, and it's women who are being targeted. And I'm talking areas here, Chair, of Manenberg, etc. The position of the Western Cape Administrator is currently held by one Nadia Constable. Please advise, when was the advertisement of this position done? How many candidates applied? What was the process of filling this position? Then I want to know, the team Salim United, who is the owner of the club? What position did this club have in the Castle League? How was this club moved to the Motsebo League? What was the criteria used? How much money is provided to Motsebo and Castle Leagues? Do you have the spreadsheets and the breakdown of this particular funds? This is going to be very important, Chair. 2024. How much money did SAFA National give to SAFA Cape Town with regard to the South African Freedom Charity Cup in 2024? This was a game played between Palestine and South Africa. Further to this, there was an agreement that all the profits of the event would be used for aid to Palestine, and it is widely broadcasted. Stakeholders in this event was Sports Stepping Stones, SAFA, and a new NPC called Football for Humanity, where I have a certificate detailing that Mr. Bennett Bailey is one of the signatories to this particular NPC. It is noted that money was supposed to go into this particular account of Football for Humanity, and afterwards the money would be split amongst the relevant entities. To date, not a cent has come from SAFA into this Football for Humanity account. Not a cent has actually gone to Palestine. So, the money is related to this agreement. What happened? It's meant for humanity. What happened to the money? Supporters of this event has been asking questions onto what has happened. So I want to know, I want a complete breakdown on financials, Chair, with regard to what happened in that Freedom Charity Cup. Further, we have been knocked in social media with regard to an incident on the 11th of May at Loftus Versveld. Information comes to fore. The Loftus Five were peacefully advocating for justice through the non-violent Red Card Israel campaign, raising awareness of human rights abuse in Palestine. They were allowed entry with their red sweaters. They paid for their tickets. They watched the whole half of the game. After that peaceful half of the game, suddenly instructions apparently were given, and it's alleged that SAFA was responsible for the instruction for these individuals to be removed. Excessive use police force was used, blatant violation of their constitutional rights to freedom of expression. These are allegations out there. Africa for Palestine has lodged a complaint against SAFA. Have you responded? Because I know that they are also civilly suing you. I also know that criminal and civil charges is currently being laid. Then, see, I still got some time. With regard to the gender parity, we're talking about gender parity on executive level. And there is no gender parity that is here on executive level. What are you doing to change that aspect? It's fine to put women in the background as support staff, etc., etc. That's not what I'm interested in. Executive change. The other factor is VW, how many vehicles was sponsored? Because I know vehicles were sponsored for empowerment of the woman. And I want to know, is females driving that vehicle or is it the men? Then, serious governance failures is leveled against SAFA from the financial statements. It appears SAFA is facing bankruptcy. Though there appears an increase in current assets, it appears overshadowed by the amount of debts that SAFA has. I want to know how you're going to keep your head afloat. What is the loan amount that SAFA is facing at this stage? What is the service to the debt that you are currently facing? And what governance mechanisms is in place to hold SAFA NEC accountable? And how has the decline been allowed in SAFA? Thank you, Honourable Chair. That's my questions for now.
That was very, very helpful, Honourable Sali. The issue that has been raised by Honourable Khabo, and due to the time constraints, there are currently a vacuum with the Minister and the committee. And I think I have recommended in my opening speech that we have to make recommendations because we have to work with the Minister and we have to see as a collective with the department, the minister, and everyone involved, including SAFA, how best can we save that vote? And the best to do that is to have these recommendations. Who is the next member? Is that Honourable?
It's me. Chairperson, thank you very much. I would like to start, and I do my questions as...
Can we just have certain answers? Because, you know, this is very pertinent questions.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Let us go with the rest of the remaining members. You have asked almost and very, very important questions, almost 15 questions. These are on record, and I would like members to hold on to their recommendations and their questions so that we can discuss it at the end of this meeting. Honourable Jacobs.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, you know, we do it interpellation style here, and if I'm satisfied with the answer that I receive, I will stop it, and then we can carry on. Chairperson, through you, I'd like to ask Mr. Jordan, do you believe in the concept of democracy? Can you please put your microphone on when you respond?
I'm a product of a struggle for democracy.
You have respect for the concept of democracy.
You're asking me a question that is self-evident.
Okay. Do you understand the importance of term limits?
I understand it. I was sitting here as a member of parliament.
Do you understand the importance of term limits?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that you are one of the longest serving presidents of any football association on the planet? I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. You are one of the longest serving on the planet.
It's
12 years almost.
It's not true.
Can you let me finish? I'm still busy with my interrogation here. And that there...
Honourable Chairperson.
They must ask the questions
just
and
order.
answer. Now he is engaging me now.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Let me make the following ruling. If honourable members ask a question, give SAFA an opportunity to respond. If SAFA respond, then we may ask the question. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Just a point of order, Chairperson.
Honourable Daniels.
Can we please, what I've witnessed here, it's not right. I witnessed my colleague, the Honourable Member Jacobs, talking to Dr. Jordan and pointing his finger at him. That is very condescending. It is absolutely rude for a child to have that type of conduct to someone.
I'm a member of this house. You will not address me as a child.
And this is not how we must have. We must keep a decorum here when we talk to those people coming here. Thank you.
Honourable members, let's keep the decorum. I haven't seen the finger. If there was a finger pointed at Dr. Jordan, I would like Honourable Liam Jacobs to apologize for that.
I apologize for that.
And I would like the Honourable Daniels also withdraw and address his colleagues as honourable members and not a child in this meeting.
Honourable Chairperson, because of my upbringing, I'm terribly sorry. I forgot I'm not at home where I deal with my children like that. So I withdraw, Chairperson.
Honourable Liam Jacobs, proceed.
Aretsi. Anyways, Chairperson, I would like to ask, Mr. Jordan, do you consider yourself a responsible leader?
Right.
Can you please switch his microphone on, Chair?
Chair, can I just understand? You said now, when we had the list of questions, that we'll have all the questions and then we'll answer. Is this now a deviation from that order that you said?
I agree, but I think the interpolation may be led to what the member has read. But maybe I have to appeal to the member to ask a direct question pertaining to the content and the submission that has been made. Honourable Khabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. For progress' sake, I think it's only fair that you also take the SAFA delegation into confidence in relation to how we conduct our engagements, whereby a member is either having liberty to submit questions in writing or ask all of those questions and allow the delegation to respond. And there is also an option for you to have a one-on-one interaction. Where I'll be asking you a direct question, I'll be expecting a response. So, President, you must not interpret it as an ambush. Probably the chair forgot to take you into confidence as to that's how we conduct our engagements. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Khabo. Honourable
Chair. So, President, you must not interpret it as an ambush. Probably the chair forgot to take you into confidence as to that's how we conduct our engagements. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Khabo. Honourable.
And we never speak already.
Yes.
Can you give us 3 minutes? Because we are going.
Honourable Jacobs, proceed.
I've asked the question, does he consider himself to be a responsible leader?
Next question.
This is not next question. I'm holding you accountable. Do you consider yourself to be a responsible leader?
Did you look at my areas of responsibility? I was sitting where you are sitting.
I'm asking you, do you? It's a yes or no question.
I was sitting where you were sitting, and yes, I was a member of this parliament.
I'm asking, do you consider yourself to be a responsible leader?
The response was yes, Honourable Jacob.
Thank you very much. It's implied. In my hands, as I sit here, I have got something that I know you don't think that I have. But this here lists your full travel expenses up until about January 2024. On these travel expenses, you list an amount of 131,000 Rand to go to Ivory Coast and London from the 11th of January to the 14th of February. Then, second, you've been to Qatar twice on flights that could be no more than 15,000 Rand. That costs altogether 56,000 Rand and 31,000 Rand. This is obviously including accommodation as well. Then thirdly, I have you traveling to Vietnam for the Oceania Congress, which took place on 29 September to 3rd October 2023. What are we as South Africans doing in Vietnam at the Oceania Congress of an organization that only has 13 members, of which are thousands of kilometers away? Then, number 4, you've traveled to Cameroon for the African Cup of Nations at 105,574 Rand, when a ticket to Yaoundé can cost no more than 14,000 Rand max. Then, you've also traveled to Morocco for 82,833 Rand, when that flight could cost no more than 20,000 Rand max. So that is why I ask if you are responsible, because we've heard the financial standing of your organization. And when we hear the financial standing of your organization, don't feel attacked. When we hear the financial standing of your organization, it becomes apparent that there's a lack of responsibility. There's a lack of accountability. Because who is actually holding you to account, sir? Who is holding you to account?
No, can I answer?
I'm asking who is holding you to account.
No, but I must explain to you.
Give Dr. Jordan an opportunity to explain.
I had no business to go to Vietnam. You may know, or you may not know, that South Africa made a bid for hosting of the Women's World Cup. The CEO was with me. Tumi Dlamini was with me. Do you have their costs there? Do you have their flight ticket there? This is a campaign. It's a campaign, and you are part of it now. So we were in Vietnam. We made a presentation. we were lobbying to get the votes to host the Women's World Cup. Qatar, obviously, was a World Cup. And the World Cup is a 30-day period event. You can't pick major events that I've attended and put the costs. I don't travel to a World Cup every year or every day. World Cup is once every 4 years. And therefore the costs, not just for me, for everyone else. Do you have other members who also were at the World Cup?
I'm asking you. You're not the one that asks me in this
you
meeting.
see, the fact that 10 people travel to the World Cup, you take one and say, this is it. I'd like to travel on your planes and pay 20,000 to go wherever. It's not
Chairperson,
real.
if I may.
It's not real.
If I may, Chairperson, if you are admitting to the fact that even more win, this balloons the cost at large, and there's a reason that I'm bringing this up. The reason I'm bringing this up is a matter of accountability. In my hands over here, I also have the fact that you consistently postpone meetings, that your organization is consistently postponing meetings. You've had your meeting on the 25th of Jan, and you are yet to have another meeting. That then got postponed March. That then got postponed again.
To say, I think that we not budgeting correctly. That's why a lot of the financial difficulties result because of they haven't taken current performances of the team into consideration. So part of that liabilities that you're speaking about, which exceeds the assets, result from unfunded expenditure relating to the performance of the teams. However, I also said, yes, we have a close to 250,000 rand properties which are unencumbered. And I said, before you even start considering using it as security for loans to take you out of the quagmire that you find yourself, I'd like to see that we have a turnaround strategy so that when we use money prodigiously to ensure that you reverse the situation. So at the moment, yes, I asked them also for a payment a strategy to ensure that we pay the debt not only as expected, but some of them arrangement has been made to defer payments, but to ensure that you can meet all your obligations in terms of that. So yes, first things I asked was...
Thank you for the response. May I just flag, before the honourable member proceed, may I just flag very interesting response to the strategy. If there can be preparations also be made on the strategy on the paying back of these monies.
Chairperson, I was actually heading there. If I may, I was actually heading in that direction. I find that there's of course a massive FIFA loan that was approved in 2022. Are you aware of this, Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Now that I direct the question to Mr. Jordan, he doesn't want to answer. CFO, are you aware of this?
Honourable Jacobs, let me protect our visitors. If the question goes and the president of SAFA cannot respond, I have indicated that I have indicated, Honourable, that anyone who deems fit may respond to that question, because we might have someone who should with a much valuable answer than the member you are asking. Perhaps if we can go forward in that way. Who wanted to respond to that question?
Yes, we are aware of the FIFA.
You are aware?
Yes, we are.
But I think South Africans need to be made aware of this as well. Right here, you'll find a letter that comes from an advocate by the name of Tebogo Motlanthe, right? Now, this individual writes this letter in 2022, and I asked this, given your financial position, you say you are in a bad financial position. I'm about to mention more debt that is included in this. In this particular letter, it states that you have a repayment period between 2023 and 2025 of this FIFA loan. Have you been able to honor it?
Yes, we have.
It is $250,000 times 2 a year, which is the equivalent of 8.9 million rand that is being drained out of SAFA to repay a loan. And that is why I raise these questions, Chairperson, because you must understand the matters regarding how much is actually given to players versus how much is given to officials, which is why I want to ask, and this is a qualitative question to Mr. Jordan. I'd like to ask, are you happy with the size of your NEC?
The size of the NEC does not depend my happiness or unhappiness.
Do you believe that it is a size that yields the benefits that you'd like to see out of an NEC?
That is something that the NEC or the Congress can debate on.
Because on the 18th of June 2013, FIFA wrote to SAFA, and they wrote that your NEC is bloated, that your NEC is way too big, that your NEC, they've recommended that your NEC should consist of approximately 18 members, and it currently consists of 47. So if that is the case, this gives us an understanding of why you have bloated honoraria costs. You have honoraria costs that sit in 2023 at 2.5 million rand. This is just honoraria, not allowance, Chairperson. 2.5 million in 2023 and 6.1 million in 2024, which works out to 54,976 rand per member in 2023 and 130,000 rand per member in 2024. But had this been 18 members, Chairperson, the honoraria would have been 989,000 approximately in 2023 and 2.3 million rand in 2024. And I want us to take into consideration these numbers, because if you do the math here, Chairperson, you find that this is mathematics that is almost the equivalent of how much the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture had to give to you to bail you out due to your financial circumstances. So what steps are you actually taking against officials who are also responsible for the fact that your finances are not in a good space?
Honorable Jacobs, please wrap up.
I've asked the question, Chairperson. I'll wrap up shortly after.
The letter that you read, I think the letter is dated 2013. Is that?
Yes.
I just want to, it's 2013. We are now in 2025. The first question you must ask, what did SAFA do in terms of that letter? I think that letter was signed by Jerome Bark.
You've got the completely wrong names here, but you can proceed. It's signed by Marco Villager. And
Marco Villager was the head of legal at the time.
And Oliver Jabber.
Yes. That matter was discussed with FIFA. So that thing has no value. That matter was dismissed. You see, there are a number of, FIFA has 211 members. And the way the membership are composed depend on a number of issues. It's not just pick a number, this is a number of, if you look at our statutes, you'll actually see the breakdown of the NEC.
So, Chairperson, in that regard, through you, has FIFA said that you are fine, that the size of your NEC is fine?
That FIFA does not exist anymore, and it was agreed that to leave the matter.
So you disagree with the fact that NEC should be smaller, and you'd rather have a bloated NEC as you sit here?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't support or not support it. For me, it's a matter of the members themselves. The statutes was approved by the members. The NEC is here, and the allocation per province is here, and how they come to represent the provinces are also in our statutes.
So, Chairperson, as I wrap up, Chairperson.
Unfortunately.
I want to read a letter from one of the clubs, and I want to read this in light of the fact that you have financial woes, that you are unable to pay your salaries, that you struggle to do so. I received a letter, Chairperson.
Unfortunately, your time has expired. I'm, 1 minute over. What I'll suggest, keep those. When we do the recommendations, we can have discussions and decisions on the way
Chairperson, it will
forward.
take me no more than 30 seconds to read this letter.
Your time has expired. Who's the next member?
Long wait. Thank you, Chair. I want to say something. I'm an African. Culture, social cohesion, respecting the elder and the young one. We are not here to harm anybody. We are not here to finish SAFA today. We are here to make SAFA to be more powerful. We are here, we are all brother and sister. We are here to fix it, not to damage it. When the car strikes, we have to fix it. We have to understand. Because why you here is because government, we have hands in SAFA. That is why if it was a private, you are not supposed to be here. But here, we fix, we get a problem, we sit down like this and then we fix it. I want to understand Mr. Hluyo. Who's Mr. Hluyo? About. All right.
Honorable Kobani, go through the chairperson.
Okay, Chair. Mr. Hluyo, it's you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, one hour it's Okay. I have a question here that Mr. Hluyo, are you out on bail on fraud and mismanagement case involving SAFA fund to CEO and new NEC? Why did the NEC fail to charge the CFO for his fraud and management of fund case? This practice raises issues of constitution as Ms. Namhla Mpele and others employed have been charged and fired based on allegation and breach of corporate government principles. What nationalities do you possess? What are the other rules on responsibility you possess in the association based being in the CFO? So you are not charged, accounted? Is what I wanted to ask. Is it true, Chair? That's my question.
This response, CFO.
Mihlongoliwini, mikhomiwini mbeila, even amutamarintirweni. How come things comes like that? We need that explanation. But it's not harming. We are asking. We are not harming anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. We speak our minds.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
I'm still continuing.
Okay.
Yes, I want to speak, finish, and 10 minutes to me is not work, only 5 minutes, no bonus. Chair, I'll finish now. I'll answer everything, not one by one. That I'm not the pastor, I'm not the prophet to say one and one. SAFA got 54, not 52 regions. It's 54 or 52? 52. You guess. Why are they failing to pay traveling fees to all the teams around South Africa? Why are they also failing to give them soccer kits? How many regions did they give the kids? Minyiki wangani shikipa shabolo. Why under 17, 20, 23? Did they pay Bafana players their outstanding amount since January? Did you pay? Did you make everything from January to up to date? The man that outstanding is what I wanted to ask. I don't have a more further question, but after this meeting, Chair, we have to handle ourselves by the hands. We make unite, we make social cohesion, we are not enemies. As MK, we're not enemies of anybody, but we want to understand. That's it.
Thank you, very helpful. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I'm going to be very clear in terms of who should respond to my questions. Lina laka ke Kgaolatli Sefane ke Khabo. I'm a member of this portfolio committee on sports, arts and culture. Chairperson, let me go straight to the department. Department, this video assistant referee, was it part of the departmental annual performance plan? Did you?
I'm trying to remember the annual performance plan as it stands now. So what you'll find in the annual performance plan will not be projects, because this is a project. So you would not necessarily find something that says anything about VAR as such, but it might. But can I ask Mpiwe just, because he would know the detail behind the sport area?
No, DG, it's fine. So it was not part of the APPs.
No. Honorable Member, I'm saying in terms of how the APP is written, it wouldn't appear like that, which is why I'm saying the Chief Director would know the detail behind what I'm talking to, because amongst the key performance indicators, it would not appear like that, but it might appear under projects. So I need him to assist, hence I'm asking that.
Through you, Chair. I think just to expand on the DG's response, it would fall under support to sport and recreation bodies.
Thank you very much. Was VAR part of your support programs initially when you adopted, or when the budget for the department was adopted?
Through Chair, my understanding is that we are talking about the financial year 2025-2026.
I think what a member actually straightly asked is, was it a knee-jerk reaction, yes or no? Was it part of the budget?
I'm not sure whether you choose to call it a knee-jerk reaction or not, Chair, but it is.
It actually resulted after the game of Kaizer Chiefs and Pirates.
Yes. However, Chair, the implementation thereof is not in the year 2024-2025. So needs are identified every year, and priorities are identified every year, then it will form part of the 25-26 financial year. Thanks.
Before you go forward, the research component...
I hope you have stopped my 10 minutes.
No, I'll stop you. The research component, as well as the legal advisors and whoever, and content advisors, we must have a look at that response and whether the question you ask is true or false, so that we can interpret this and interrogate this further, Honorable Khaba. You may proceed. I am sorry.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think you know that I know that the response is deliberately tailor-made, but it's a discussion for another day. Department, for the 2023, 2024, and 2024 and 2025 financial year, was there any budget allocation from the department for the VAR implementation?
Through your chair, no.
SAFA, in its presentation, they've indicated that for the VAR program, it is only department that has invested money. So my question is, how did you fund VAR when it was not part of the initial budget? Second to that, given the departmental financial constraints, where did you get that money to invest in VAR when there is no decision to implement VAR in line with the approved budget number 1 and in line with the approved APPs? Where did you get the budget to implement? Because I want to put it to you. That VAR was never part of the departmental plans, but rather out of excitement of the minister after seeing the cameras in front of him, after the match of Kaizer Chiefs and I think it's Sundowns, he decided to be creative and commit the department. And that's why I initially wanted the minister to be present in this meeting, because some of his public pronouncements contradicts what the department has already planned for. That is my question. And I'll still raise this issue when the minister is present. It's unfortunate that he's not here, and I'm still going to repeat it when he's present. Can you respond to me? How did you fund a project that was not part of your APPs, that was not part of your approved budget? Where did you get the money, and which program was compromised?
It was funded through reprioritization in Program 2 under 2 programs. or sub-programs, which is the Sport Federation support and missing the big walk event.
Thank you, Honorable DG. My apology for calling you Honorable DG. I would want to withdraw that unconditionally.
No, I think the DJ aspire.
All right. No, probably in the next elections. DG, now that you have said that it was not part of the initial budget and APPS, and you have said that it is through the budget adjustment, there are two programs that were compromised, Big Walk and the other one that you have just made mention. That's what you are confirming to this portfolio committee.
No, Honorable Member. What I'm saying, remember we're talking 25-26. We're not talking adjustment as yet, because that will only happen mid-year. So what I'm saying is that as part of the preparation and the prioritization of any identified interventions, the reprioritization was done going into the 25-26, which we are on now. So that budget is there as a result of reprioritization from those two sub-programs that I've mentioned.
Okay.
And remember, Honorable Member, that budget is going in on the 1st of July for approval. That's the budget that's going in, vote 37, which will be presented for approval on the 1st of July.
Thank you very much. Now that it was not part of the APPs and the approved budget, how is it then suddenly being prioritized over other programs, especially that speaks to the grassroots development? Let's make soccer a reference now. A point in case, SAFA's presentation says that they do not have any funds to invest on the grassroots development of soccer as things stands. That's what soccer is saying. Did you get my question? Let me leave you on that one while you are still thinking of it. How much have you invested on VAR in this financial year? Or how much have you funded VAR?
Through you, Chair, at this point, there is no funding that has gone out already or paid on VAR. Noting, Chair, what was presented earlier by SAFA, that they is still at the process of stages of tendering to actually determine the actual cost thereof. So there is no expenditure to date on VAR.
My question is, how much has the department funded the VAR implementation project? Take into consideration that SAFA has said that the only funding that they have currently for the implementation of the project, it's a funding that they have received from Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So my question is, are they lying when they say that DSEC has funded them with money? Hence my question was, how much have you funded it with?
Not funded. In their presentation, they did indicate that they have initiated the processes to a stage of receiving proposals. So as I was saying, Chair, there is an amount after reprioritization which is set aside for this. And the Chief Director was explaining to a question from another member here that initially it was 80 million and it was a projection, but obviously it is being subjected to a process of seeking proposals and adjudication, which will then determine the actual amount.
Thank you very much. I'll get to that point and revisit. I don't agree with what you are saying based on what SAFA has presented. Ne? Where is the Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture? Is he present in this meeting? Okay, fine.
He's not present.
I guess the DG, now that the CFO of the department is absent, you will take responsibility of my question. And my question is directed to you. The Public Finance Management Act clearly stipulates processes that needs to be followed. before the department can fund any entity or federation. Amongst others is to assess as to whether the money would be used in line with the proposal made to the department. I would want to check with you, given I'm just not sure. I was trying to check it now, DG, but I'll get it. I know I've got it on the phone. That process where there are certain things that you must first and foremost look into as the department. How did the department provide an advance payment of 5 million, if not mistaken, to SAFA? Which process have they followed? That is number one. Why did the department decide to contradict the process outlined in the PFMA in terms of, first and foremost, before you can give an entity or a federation money, you must look into their finances. And part of the finances must give you an impression that there is proper systems in place to manage those funds. And as things stand with SAFA, it's a different story. I would like to check with you, now that the CFO is not here. How did you get to a point of advance payment? Please don't use the excuse that players were not paid or people blah, blah, blah. It's a lame story for me. I'm referring to the process outlined with the PFMA in terms of how do you disburse state funds to an entity.
Through you, Chair, the advance payment, Chair, was made having considered section, I think Honorable Chair is referring to section 38, 1J, which of the PFMA, which really requires the accounting officer to satisfy himself or herself that the institution to which a transfer is being made would be able to account for it. And so far, we don't have anything that says SAFA is unable to account for the funds that we actually. Yes, I think CFO has spoken to the financial challenges, but they don't necessarily mean inability to account, and that's really what the PFMA requires of the department to satisfy itself before a transfer is made. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, I want to put, I think you must also refer to that section 38 of the PFMA, go down with it. Section 38 of the PFMA says that the accounting officer for a department, trading entity or constitutional institution, A, must ensure that the department, trading entity or constitutional institution has and maintains, one, effective, efficient and transparent systems of financial and risk management and internal control. Here you've got an institution or an entity, according to the CFO. If I heard him correctly, and I'll want him to confirm when I get to him, I'll get to him after you. He says that the liabilities of SAFA are more than the assets, which in my understanding of the basics of accounting, it means now we are dealing with an institution or an entity that cannot sustain its core function or responsibilities. Second to that, Chairperson, I would plead, I'm not sure what informs the meeting. You see, Mr. Jordan, I'm respecting you given the fact that you have brought us World Cup in South Africa. But that does not change the fact that you are a former member of parliament. I'm currently the member, so things have changed. So don't abuse my respect to you. Can I go back to you, CFO? Thank you. If the CFO, and it's fine, let me leave that one. I'll submit it in writing, because clearly there is some serious silence as if there is a dead body or a corpse entering the room. When was the CEO of SAFA appointed? CEO, when were you appointed?
I was appointed as COO in 2021 and CEO in 2023.
CFO, when were you appointed as the CFO?
I was appointed as the CFO in 2007.
2007.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So you've got more than 10 years with SAFA.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. CFO, is there budget allocation for Bafana Bafana and Banyana Banyana competition? Is there budget allocation for Banyana Banyana? Do you currently have a budget for all the competitions that Bafana Bafana and Banyana must embark on?
Yes, we have.
How much do you have? Can you share it with us? The budget meant for competitions for both Banyana Banyana and Bafana Bafana.
We can send it to you, but we've got a budget.
Do you have a budget?
Yes, we have.
While I'm entering into other questions, can you flight it into the screen there as part of providing that proof?
Well, Gabo, keep your word. You're running on thin ice, but I'll give you an opportunity. Prove me wrong. Didn't they say there's no budget for those two in the presentation?
That's why I'm saying that you must flight it here so that we can see. Because in this report,
someone said there's no budget.
No. We say there is no funding for junior national teams.
Okay, so flight the budget for us. Proceed, honourable member.
CFO, if I was to ask you how much do you have in your bank account of SAFA, would you be able to respond to my question?
Yes.
What do you have in the bank account of SAFA as things stands now?
Yes, we can check.
The question is how much?
We can log on and see how much is in the bank account. Are you asking me to log on and check how much is in the bank account?
Before checking how much is in the bank account, also reflect what I've requested you, the budget that you have, the allocation that you have for this current financial year for competitions of both Bafana Bafana and Banyana Banyana.
70 seconds, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me just rush here, quick. There is an issue that you had raised earlier on around Teboho Mokoena. There is an issue that was raised around Teboho Mokoena. But before the issue of Teboho Mokoena, in fact, let me speak to this one because it has a capacity of destroying our ambitions and including your dreams and Tate Jordan of South Africa participating in the next World Cup. Who is responsible in SAFA to interpret the competition rules? In SAFA, who is responsible? Let's go say, Angiti Teboho Mokoena, we were told that he was not supposed to play according to the rules. Who was responsible to interpret the rules before the coach could field in Teboho Mokoena?
Team manager, where's the team manager?
Earlier on, I saw your confidence being very high. Can you respond to my question, please?
I can respond. If you're looking at the competition rules and any other document that comes to SAFA, it's the legal committee where there's a specific question asked about an opinion. But when it comes to a game situation...
Can you speak to the mic, please?
When it comes to a game situation, then we are not there. It should be the officials in charge at that point in time giving direction. But as I understand the position of the Teboho Mokoena case, both the match commissioner who came from Mauritius and FIFA and CAF had not received or not sent to SAFA and the match commissioner the question of his 2 yellow cards. So he played innocently. It was only subsequently that this information came to light.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
You said that in this instance it's an official. That official, is it a coach or is it a team manager?
Should be the team manager.
Okay, who is the team manager?
Mr. Vincent Seka.
Mr. Vincent Seka. Okay, can I check with you what punitive measures has SAFA undertook for the team manager's failure to caution the coach for fielding an eligible player like Teboho Mokoena?
I think with due respect, that matter is still under investigation. We have not received the final word on the matter.
Thank you very much. Do you, this Teboho, you say it's Teboho Vincent Seka? Oh, Vincent Seka. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me just check something.
I'm giving you a last opportunity.
All right, Chairperson. Others, I've got 55 questions here, Chairperson. I'm not going to have an opportunity to ask them all, but others I'll submit them in writing.
Thank you, Honourable Ethel Trollop, and then Honourable...
Yeah, but you were giving me the last one. I was checking the... Remember, I was making a follow-up on this one.
Make it crisp. Make it crisp.
All right, Chairperson. do you have a retirement policy in SAFA? Do you have a retirement policy in SAFA? And what does the retirement policy say? And is there any of your employees in SAFA who's above your age in terms of the age limitation in terms of the age policy? I'm raising this because of, you see, that Vincent Tseka, we are aware that is on a 2 years contract. By the way, let's just put it to you. We are aware that he's on a 2 years contract. And I'm deliberately asking you knowing the answer. I'm asking you so that you can respond to my question and check as to whether are you honest and truthful to this country. That is my question. As Chairperson, I think we have delayed a lot of things around our questions here. We have even failed. I just want to get clarity from the CFO. Did he say that we do not have money for development of soccer at the grassroots? And second to that, did he confirm that there is no money for the development of soccer even on school programs? Otherwise, I'll submit them in writing, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just got worried with the age policy. I'm over the 60s as well. Honorable Ghana and then Honorable Ethel, my apologies.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'll try to be as brief, taking into account that we have a sitting at 2. Let me start with the CEO or CFO. Is it true that the coach of Amajita is earning, I don't want to quote the exact figure, is the coach of Amajita earning less than 30,000 per month? Is it true?
We cannot disclose salaries.
Is it true that he earns less than 30,000 per month?
We cannot disclose the salary.
No. You're going to answer that question.
You are going to answer this
Just
one.
a second, Honorable Ghana.
No,
you
this
have
one you are going to
answer. With finances with us, payments, debits, and credits. You are going to respond to that question.
Is it true that the Amajita coach earns less than 30,000 per month? President, is it true?
It's not true.
He earns more than 30,000.
It's not true.
He earns more than 30,000.
Yes, he does.
Let me deal with the order point.
Chairperson, I've got a problem with delegation of SAFA. As and when there is a person on the podium, President, there is a battalion just behind you. It's behaving as like your spokesperson. Every time there, including you, every time there is a member on the platform, you keep on skinnering on the side. This is not an NEC meeting of SAFA. If you are used to behaving like this in an NEC meeting of SAFA, this is Parliament. Please respect us. We'll give you that respect in return. It's not fair that when there is a member on the platform, you keep on skinnering there. It's not fair. Please respect us. We'll give you the respect in Klegas.
Yeah, just a second. Honorable Kabo, I want to agree with you. There's various entities appear with us. Appear in front of us. And most, if not all of them, are worried about the tone and the body language. You should be worried about the questions, and we are worried about the answers. We need answers here as Parliament, and we are going to take decisions here based on the information. In actual fact, the members who are sitting here, they are their own AMA police. They are doing their own investigations. And I can tell you now, people coming and lying under oath, it looks like these members don't read. It looks like these members are not going to the soccer fields. They know. They know. They are aware of what is transpired. So I want SAFA to take this meeting serious. It is a serious meeting. And the question asked by the honorable member, he has... there's a rationale behind that question. Honorable Ghana, proceed.
All right, thanks.
Sorry, your question again?
No,
Is it true?
You know the question.
Yeah.
Just say
no,
that.
You asked 2 questions.
Just say that you have the Amajita coach earns more than 30,000 rand.
Yes, he does.
All right, and it's more than 50,000 as far as you know.
No.
It's less than 50,000.
That I know.
That you know is less than 50,000. All right. And the coach of Bafana earns more than R1 million per month.
That one is true. Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Yes.
And the coach of Amajita earns less than 50,000 per month.
Yes.
Did SAFA make a bonus available for the coach of Amajita for winning the under-20 AFCON?
No.
He did not receive a bonus.
No, we don't receive. They don't
And he
receive
earns less than 50,000 per month.
Yes.
All right. Did the Amajita team travel by bus to Mozambique?
Yes, they did.
To Mozambique?
Yes, they did.
By bus?
Yes, they did.
All right. How much are we getting from 10Bet? TenBet.
CFO, help us, CFO.
It sponsors the national team. You said the junior teams don't get money. We get money from 10Bet. How much are we getting from 10Bet? And on that vein, please tell us how much are we getting from Hollywood Bet?
Yeah, in terms of our sponsorship contract, we've got confidentiality clauses. And,
how much are we getting
we will
from?
be in breach of our sponsorship contracts.
How much are we getting? So are you saying from your financials, the amount that you can present is the inclusive amount? You can't tell us how much you get from 10Bet.
No, we cannot.
What is the promise that you have given 10Bet? Insofar as they are advertising around the Bafana Bafana games.
10Bet is on a gold package. So the packages of each sponsor are aligned with the rights that they receive in terms of the number of minutes they get on the LED if we're using LEDs, or the number of boards they get if we're using static boards. And also how much they can do in terms of campaigns using the players, access to the players as well, and also the advertising they can do externally. So the packages are aligned to the rights that the sponsor is paying for.
How much did they pay
Honorable
for that
Ghana,
package?
just a second. I want you to proceed with that interrogation of the sponsorship. We had Netball South Africa in front of us, whose reports indicated they have received cars. And we interrogate that. And we wanted reports on that. There is companies, and I can't remember when the minister was elected, the very first speech of mine, I had it that I think it's MTN, Dr. Jordan, that has withdrawn sponsorship from SAFA. I'm not sure. Is it MTN or which company it was? And I went and I saw it was because of the problems that SAFA had. I can't remember that. So if SAFA is in front of us and they can't disclose sponsorship, that says a lot about the finance that is in front of us here today. So has that been hidden?
Thanks, Chair. So you are saying that SAFA, you are saying that your product is being undervalued. And then you are signing secret deals with betting companies, 10Bet and Hollywood. And you can't tell us how much they are paying. You can't tell us.
Like the CFO is saying.
So that's what you are.
There is a non-disclosure paragraph in there, so we cannot disclose the amounts. But we can tell you in total how much we receive from sponsorship in total.
Does that money reflect in what that you've presented today?
It's part of what was presented.
No, Chair, I'm being specific on 10Bet and Hollywoods. So we've got all the people branding of Hollywoods sponsoring the LFAs, the regional leagues. And you are telling us today that you can't tell us how much Hollywood Bet is paying for that, because there are some clauses there.
Yes,
you know where those LFAs are playing, most of them, ne? They're in poorer communities. Ne? And Hollywood Bet is advertising their gambling to the poorest of the poor. And you are telling us, President, that you can't tell us how much they are paying for that. That's what you are telling us. So SAFA, you entered into a deal with 2 betting companies. And you are telling us you can't tell us how much they are paying. We know how much Betway is paying for the PSL. But you can't tell us how much 10Bet and Hollywood Bets they are paying SAFA. All right. So 2024, you say that you didn't get a cent from ticketing. That's what you are saying. It's not me. It's your statement. It's here. Ticketing revenue, 0. Who derives money from the ticketing of Bafana Bafana, Banyana Banyana, all the games that people pay to enter? Because you are...
Let's make it easy for SAFA. Put that presentation up again. Proceed, Honourable Member.
So you are telling us that the whole year, South Africans, the stadiums are full, but you have derived 0 rands from Bafana Bafana games. Where did the money go? Where did the money go? For someone who bought a ticket to go and watch Bafana Bafana, where did the money go for Bafana Bafana games? I will come to the others. You are saying, CFO, yeah, your ticketing revenue is 0 for 2024, ne? You accept? That's what the statement says here. It says it's even dash, which means you are saying that the revenue did not come from ticketing. Where did it go?
Can I answer that?
Yeah, it's a question.
Please do.
Where did it go?
Yes. No, we did receive ticketing revenue, and it was misallocated. It's under sundry income. So the ticketing revenue is there, but it was misallocated in these financial statements.
So,
but we can.
You're saying all the sundry income is ticket?
No, not all of it.
How much did you get for Bafana games ticketing?
Means other income.
How much did you get for Bafana games ticketing revenue?
I can get those figures for you. We can get those figures for you, but we did, and it's allocated under sundry income.
The Lecoq sponsorship is coming to an end.
Yes, it is.
How much are you getting from Lecoq per annum?
Unfortunately, we can't disclose.
No, you can't. No.
Because of confidentiality clauses.
Chair, so you are telling us, you can't tell us how much you get from 10Bet. You can't tell us how much you get from Hollywood. You can't tell us how much you get from Lecoq. So you are telling us that the only people you can tell us where you get money from is the SABC. So SAFA tells us the only people you can tell us where you get money from is the SABC. Everything else is under some deals. How much are you getting from Lecoq?
No, we can't tell you as in terms of the exact figures because we are governed by sponsorship agreements and they've got confidentiality clauses. If we disclose, then we are in breach. But what we can tell you is that the Lecoq sponsorship includes kit. So they provide us with kit for all our national teams. But in terms of the values, we can't give you those values. They are confidential.
President, are you happy with the Lecoq sponsorship of the national teams? Yes, I'm asking you. Please answer on record.
Are you asking me whether we are happy with...
Are you happy with how Lecoq has treated the South African national team? You are the president of the association.
Personally. No,
As the president of the association.
No, I'm not happy.
What have you done about it?
No.
Because there are some secret arrangements. What have you done about it?
The contract is coming to an end. What is the end date of the contract?
31st of December. 31st of December.
13th December. Yeah.
Who signed that deal, President?
Sorry?
Lecoq? Who signed the Lecoq deal? Was it your CFO? Were you around? Were you part of the delegation?
No, I was around, but it was signed by the CEO then.
Who was the CEO?
The previous CEO.
Who was the CEO?
The CEO was Mr. Russell Paul at that time.
Paul.
At that time, yes.
And then he signed that you must not tell South Africans how the national team is being mistreated by a technical sponsor like Lecoq.
Well, unfortunately, with all our sponsorship contract, there is a confidential clause. So,
have you opened the bidding for the next technical sponsor of the national teams?
Yes, we have received a few proposals, which we are reviewing.
Do they come with a bit more money than Lecoq?
Well, they are some of them are better than our current deal, but the focus these days is on kit, the provision of kit. So we have to look at the quantities that a kit supplier will be able to supply us and the quality of the kit. So that is what is key.
Last 3 questions, Chair. Last 2, actually. 3. Are you planning to pay the current NEC members any honorarium before the Congress?
No, in terms of our cash flow planning, we don't have a provision for honoraria.
So no NEC member is going to get money?
No, not before the next Congress.
All right. Maybe let me almost end with these 2. Fan Valley. You have indicated there was a lot of millions there. Where will the money to upgrade Fan Valley come from?
I think in our presentation, we also appealed to government to say if government can assist with the funding to build our National Technical Center, it would be appreciated. But as we speak now, do we have the money? No, we don't. So we are appealing to different funders. We are appealing to corporate to assist us with funding.
Do you know what's the current value of Fan Valley? If you were to, have you done evaluation of Fan Valley?
We did the valuation of Fan Valley, but not recently in 2023.
How much was it?
Well, the value was around 70 million.
70 million?
Yeah.
All right.
Wrap up, Honorable Ghana.
Last one, Mr. President. Last one. In 2022, you said you will not avail yourself to be re-elected as the president. Are you available? Have you told your members that you are available for election? Are you retracting the statement that you made in 2022?
That is a matter that was discussed with the members. There is no nominations out. There's no one.
Say in 2022 that you are saving your last term?
Where did I say this?
I'm asking if you did say it. Cannot recall.
No.
You did say it, that this is your last term.
Okay, if you say so.
But you're available.
I don't know. Members must nominate.
If they nominate, will you avail yourself?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I don't know whether they will nominate or not nominate.
I rest, Chair.
Thank you. The issue Honorable Ghana asked CFO, you said that the ticketing is misappropriated, misrepresented.
Located, so it's sitting.
Allocated.
It's sitting on the wrong
should
account
you say,
on our
should
income
you
statement.
say that's a serious offense by the auditors?
It's not. It's not.
It's not an oversight.
It's not. Yeah.
Who is the auditors?
The auditors were Sondlo, Chartered Accountants.
What's the name?
Sondlo.
Sondlo.
Yes.
That rings a bell. Is it the auditors that was fired by Makhali's water board?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
Sure. You did not check their resume when you appointed them?
No, we did. We did.
So you don't know if, there's reports of misconduct?
No, we're not aware of
Who
that.
appointed them?
It was the SAFA NEC, the Congress. So the audit committee recommends to the Congress, to the SAFA members at Congress, and the Congress approved.
Thank you. Our last member will be the Honorable Trollop. Yeah, at least we are awake. Honorable Trollop, following by Honorable Nkosi, and then we'll give a slot for Honorable questions for Honorable Sali that has been asked, and some of the questions is going through through the system.
With all due respect, I was respecting every single member to get an opportunity. Some of these members got answers already. My phone is blowing up with requests for responses because these matters.
We will
has been
create
forwarded.
that opportunity, Honourable Sali.
Thank you.
I think Honourable Khabwe has utilised the space to say this is how we do it and this is how members has chosen to do. But I'm going to give an opportunity that they respond to you. Honourable Trollop.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for letting me ask a question in this committee. I'm not a member, but I am a member of Parliament. And I sincerely hope that some of the evasiveness will be dealt with through Promotion to Access of Information Act. And that the committee...
Trollop, can you please speak closer to the mic?
I sincerely hope that some of the evasiveness will be dealt with through the Promotion of Access to Information Act. I listened to the CFO lamenting earlier on about their ability or inability to attract sponsors. And I would venture that that reflects on the performance or the image or the profligacy of SAFA. So I want to ask a question that was partly answered about Tebogo Mokoena. He received 2 yellow cards in previous games and was fielded in the game against Lesotho. He should not have been fielded. We didn't have to wait for FIFA or CAF to give that information. The management responsible should have ensured that he wasn't on the field, because it could have cost us crucial qualification for the World Cup. When SAFA was alerted by FIFA and CAF that the penalty could gift Lesotho the 3 hard-earned points, but Lesotho failed to lodge their complaint within the time frame, either it was fate or miscalculation. But I've read a lot about this, and that's what brought me to this committee. I've heard former Bafana players say that heads must roll. They've called it schoolboy error without accountability, and it tells the world we're running a Mickey Mouse organization whilst trying to qualify for the World Cup, quote unquote. I want to know, and the name was bandied here, but I want it on the record. Who made the ghastly error that could have resulted in disaster for our World Cup qualification campaign? And I ask that question against the background of Bafana, and other national teams who are thankfully on the ascendancy through performance. But I also ask that against the background of an article written in the Sunday World that was headlined, SAFA, why must you be the rotten apple that spoils the bag, close quote. I also want to reference an article on Independent Online where they name the responsible official. But they go on to say, but with SAFA being so poorly run at the moment, who can blame him? My question then is, who is the official? How much is he paid? And we don't have to hide that. How much is he paid on a monthly basis to do his job, to count how many yellow cards there are? And what happened to him for not doing his job? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. SAFA, can you respond to that question?
Could I just indicate again that matter is under investigation. It will be dealt with. And names have been bandied about. But when FIFA makes that decision, then only the investigation will be completed. The investigation is incomplete at the moment.
What systems, in terms of what the Honourable Member has asked, does SAFA have in place to prevent this? I mean, there's dashboards, there's modern analytical stuff. I mean, you can even check a player's progress on computer. Don't you think that's a serious offence?
I think the problem here was that FIFA, CAF, and the match commissioner were not informed of the yellow cards. And when you get to a match commissioner's meeting, that's when you are alerted to this. Even SAFA was not alerted to it officially of Mokwena's 2 yellow cards. It came up after the game against Lesotho. So I don't want to say too much about it because people will feel that they are prejudiced about their own rights concerning this game. It's a very serious matter. From the legal committee's point of view, I've engaged the CEO on this matter because there are queries like Mr. Trollop has. Lots of queries that come to me as an individual. It has to be answered.
Yeah, Honourable Trollop, I'm going to give you a follow-up if you would like to. You still have much more time left.
Yes, please, Chair. Once again, I hear reference to FIFA. This has got nothing to do with FIFA or CAF. There is the responsibility of a prescribed official within SAFA to count how many yellow cards there are, to prevent a player going onto the field and compromising a crucial outcome. We don't need FIFA, we don't need anything. Have any steps been taken against that individual? And I read an article that said that the individual was paid something like over 100,000 rand a month to count yellow cards. And he didn't count the yellow cards and potentially jeopardized our qualification for the World Cup. What accountability steps were taken with this official? Or is it just do as you please in this organization?
SAFA?
Just answer that again. I cannot overemphasize the fact that if somebody says that FIFA and CAF are not involved in this, they are involved in this. It was a World Cup qualifier. So you've got to wait for all the information to filter through. To give answers here today, because Mr. Trollop is saying so, that it doesn't concern FIFA and CAF. That's not true. That's wrong to say that.
No, it's not a question of the Honourable Trollop said so. From a layman's point of view, here we have, there they play, there was negligence, complete negligence. I think what the crux of Honourable Trollop is here, you know, there are cases where you could say, sit back home until investigation. No one is speaking to that, whether the person is still within the fold, still doing the job, still counting the yellow tickets manually or whatever the case may be. And it's not enough for us as members to say, listen, we're going to accept this. This is a national entity. It's a national product. It belongs to the people of South Africa. And the honourable member and this country has the right to know what step has been taken. And we feel that, you know, it is just, it's far gone for us to just say, listen, so it's still there, there's an investigation, it's this one and that one. We would want harsher action from SAFA.
Just, can I assist you? Imagine if Lesotho had met the time frame and had complained, and the rules of SAFA kicked in, of FIFA kicked in, and all the efforts of those players to get themselves into a winning qualifying position went down the drain because a SAFA official didn't do their job. That's the question. What would have happened then? And we're trying to prevent this ever happening again. So instead of being evasive, why can't we just see some leadership and accountability and say, we have done X, Y, and Z about this, and we will make sure that it never happens again. But we just get evasiveness. I've sat here most of the morning, left my other committee because I wanted to come and find out what kind of accountability there is in this organization. And frankly, I'm about to leave to go to a parliamentary sitting, and I'm going to leave with the impression that there is none.
SAFA, I'm giving you a last bite at this talk.
No, there will be accountability, but we'll have to wait for all the reports to come in. You have these, if you act against any staff member, they also have the right to take up the matter. As we've seen with Namsla, going to the CCMA, going to court, and then you must defend your position. And our position is clear. We will defend on the side of what is right. And unfortunately, we cannot do it at this stage. So we must just plead for, give us some space so that we can deal with the matter.
Thank you, Honourable Nkunu.
Thank you, Chair. Because of time, I think he left his glasses. Because of time, I will just shoot to the questions. Can the CEO share with the members the number and names of girls who are currently part of the HPC? You said it's 25. So can we see all 25 names now? I think you've got something maybe in your phone or somewhere. Can we see those 25 names?
Through you, Chair, we don't have the names here. Obviously, we were not given that question in advance, so we didn't bring the names. But what we can confirm is we have 24 girls. We had 25 girls. One withdrew for personal reasons, so we are left with 24. We've got 24 girls. 10 girls are based at the HPC, and then 14 girls are based at, they go to Clapham High School. So we've got 24 girls. We can provide you with the names later, but we can confirm that we have 24 girls at the Girls Academy.
May you please do so? What did SAFA do with 94 million legacy trust funding, especially in the rural areas? Can we see what programs are being implemented in those areas?
The Legacy Trust was a different entity. So there is an entity, a trust, which was established after the World Cup, and that trust accounted to the board. But we as SAFA would submit applications to the Legacy Trust for funding, just like any other organization. So we submitted applications for football development programs. We submitted applications for the HPC, Girls Academy program that you were talking about. We submitted an application for futsal, football. So we did submit applications, and then we received funding, and we accounted for that funding. We submitted reports to the Legacy Trust, which was a separate legal entity, of how we use the funding for. So in terms of the trust itself, it was a separate legal entity. It was not us.
So that means you don't have any programs that are implemented as yet?
The programs that we applied for, we implemented them, and we submitted reports to the trust. So we submitted reports of which programs we implemented, and also including the financial reports. So we submitted those reports to the trust.
Can you provide us with those programs? We want to know what programs.
Okay, we will. We'll provide you with that.
Okay, the CFO said SAFA has annual audit its financial statements. Was the 2019 AFS audited and presented to the Congress? Can you share the minutes of that sitting?
Yes, we can. I can repeat that since 1991, every year without fail, we have audited financial statements. So the 2019 audited financial statements, we will provide you with it.
We need those minutes.
The minutes also.
Yes. How much is the national office salary? Why do you have so many employees at national level but not provincial level? What are they doing as national only deals with national teams?
That is incorrect, honorable member. So SAFA National does not only deal with national teams. SAFA National deals with so many activities.
Like what?
Like national teams, as you mentioned. We also have got coaching education. We've got referees development. We've got competitions, ABC Municipal League, SASA League. We have the Women's National League, which is known as the Hollywood Bets. So we also deal with grassroots football. So SAFA does not just deal with national teams.
Okay. The last question, what is the total annual budget allocated to football academies in South Africa, particularly in rural areas? And how many academies are currently funded? Please provide a breakdown of the funding distribution and the criteria used to select academies for funding.
The only academy that we have and that we are funding is the Girls Academy. So we only have one academy that we are funding. We have plans in place to start the Boys Academy next year. But currently, as we speak, we only have one academy, which is the Girls Academy.
Where is that Girls Academy based?
The HPC that you asked earlier, University of Pretoria. So that's where our Girls Academy is.
Any plans for the rural areas?
Funding permitting, yes. If we get the funding, we'll gladly do that. But currently, as we indicated earlier, that we don't have funding. So that's why, for now, we have a national academy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Nkosi.
Chairperson, I'm not too sure because I've got a lot of questions and I don't want to submit them in writing because this thing of submitting in writing doesn't work. So I can see that time is against us. Some of us were participating today in the plenary. I suggest, Chair, that I won't be able to ask questions now because I must wait for the responses again and the time doesn't allow us. How about, Chair, we adjourn this meeting now so that you can rush to the plenary? Maybe we come up with another date whereby we continue with this meeting. Because if now we are a bit rushing for the responses and the questions, we are going to lose the Chair. I'm not in a comfortable mode now to pose questions because I've got more questions that I want to ask. And it will mean that I must wait again for the responses. And when you look at the time now, it's against us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honourable Members. Honourable Moletani.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to support the suggestion of Honourable Nkosi because really we have, in fact, some of the questions that we've raised were not answered. Some of the questions, they were just answered for the sake of answering, and it's not serving the purpose. So I will support the suggestion of Honourable Nkosi that we have another day with SAFA if really we want to resolve the issues of soccer fraternity. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Honourable Jacobs.
Chairperson, I also want to speak in support of this for the sake of fairness, and I do believe that between now and should we agree to another meeting with SAFA, there's going to be a whole lot more that's going to come out, and the questions that have been asked now will have answers to them that allow us to hold them accountable even further, Chairperson, and I think that's the best way forward.
Honourable Members, here's my take. Honourable.
Thanks, Chair. I want to register this, Chair, that the reason why we're asking such questions is for us to be able to say to the department support SAFA. Now, with these confidentiality clause, we don't know how much you need, how much you have, because you are hiding these confidential sponsorships. So it will be a problem for us. You heard me when I started, I said department with 6.7. But how do we know that you really need more than 6.7 if you're getting monies that you cannot disclose? That's the problem with what you have just done today. You are putting us in a very awkward position to say, department, give these people 50 million, 100 million. Why are you giving them 6.7 million? We ought to pass the budget. We ought to pass the budget. Now we'll be passing the budget. How do we do that without knowing how much deep you are in your challenges? Thanks, Chair.
Honourable Sali.
Thank you, Chair. Though I do agree that another meeting is needed. I need answers to my questions, to as much of it as possible, because people has been watching whole morning. We have accommodated many people today, alhamdulillah, but the answers is needed. Furthermore, Chair, from the information that is received, I would like to see the contracts, even if you hide the amounts that you are receiving. I want to see the content of those contracts that you're currently having with regard to sponsors, because that should not be hidden from this portfolio. With everything that we've heard here, Chair, we have not scratched the surface of the problems with regard to SAFA. If I was to make a recommendation, I would ask for a forensic investigation into SAFA for the past 5 years. There is a lot hidden. There's a lot of problems with regard to SAFA, and I don't think at this point we are actually in a position to recommend more funding, to be honest with you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Members. Honourable Daniels?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'll be very brief. I just want to, I understand, you say my colleague is too nice, Advocate Sally is too nice. I want to just disagree with my colleague and say that there's no need to request that when SAFA comes back next time, should that be our final resolve, that they must hide or blank out digits for us not to see. We've got a right, and Honourable Trollop was quite correct in saying we've got access to that information. So we don't want SAFA or any other entity to blank out any amounts of money because we need to know. No, you quite excuse me, because my mother always used to say, my grandmother, you must look at me when I talk to you.
I'm looking at you.
So really, Chairperson, on a serious note, that is really on the strength of why I disagree with our colleague. We must not leave no stones unturned. Just thank you.
Before we go, you're going to get an opportunity again. Here's my take on this whole issue. I am also concerned, and I take it regarding the confidentiality clause, and maybe we should check with the legal desk of Parliament also what we can do or what we can't. Now, we've met, there are a string of issues with SAFA. That's the very first important thing. Now, here are the two things. There was engagements, and the Minister has done this within his rights. Engagements with SAFA and the Minister. And numerous of that engagements has resulted in a report form here today. But what I think the Minister has not perhaps has access to, or maybe he had, was the report in front of us. Furthermore, the Minister doesn't have the input of members. There are serious and very serious issues. So I wanted to suggest that in the light of all the issues and the input of members going forward to assist SAFA, is perhaps that we as members meet with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and perhaps our table staff to assist us with all the questions that has been asked. And we put all of these in one pot, and then we meet alongside DSEC and the Minister and say, listen, should the Minister, or we can make recommendations, be as it may, we can't interfere in elections, we can't interfere in how SAFA run their business, but what the Minister can do in terms of the act is perhaps to intervene, have a summary of all of this, but we need a way forward to save SAFA from the financial stress. It's a huge financial stress. But also my observation here in terms of, responses to members, it has also come across that some informations are being kept or held back for members, and that's why members react the way they do. But also members, like I've said, represent constituencies. Members represent political parties. And if you have listened correctly, when it comes to the operation of this vehicle, we operate as one. We've had a discussion with the Minister before. We've had serious recommendations. To a greater extent, the Minister has acted on some of those. And Silapa is one of them. Comes from this committee. Boxing is another. It comes from the committee. So it has shown that as a committee we can and we will work with entities. But as long as entities receive money from DSEC, there is just no way that we as members of Parliament are going to sit back and see through how our sport, fraternity, and how our athletes outside there are being treated. So that is That is a serious thing for us. And what was absent in today's meeting, you could not ascertain as to whether there is any attempt from SAFA to say, in the light of this, we have been proactive, we have done 2. In the light of this, we've been proactive, we've done 2. What was also lacking in today's meeting was programs, Dr. Jordan. And these programs, and Honorable Daniels actually spoke to them. In our communities, these programs are important. It is a state of sorry affairs that everyone else, if you're not staying in Gauteng, have to take lighties to Gauteng. I have been privy and part to participate and also play soccer. I have also been privy and part of a collective to go and to knock on the door of SAFA or club coaches. And those who know Alabama, Clarksdorp, in the northwest where I come from, we have close to 7, 8 from the Masinga cousins, which I had the opportunity to play with when they played for Pick 11 those years. So this is why the way I would like us to take it forward in terms of, you know, we have to come to a conclusion as a committee together with DSEC to say, listen, here is corrective measures, here's action. I don't see that. I don't see sound action being taken because it's almost SAFA, you know, stood in front of us, bare hand, head in the head, you know, we don't, we can't. But it's clear, and this is where I can see that members differ with SAFA. SAFA is not sustainable. SAFA is just not sustainable. You're running a overdraft. It's difficult, running an overdraft. And there are, I mean, the issue that Honorable Liam Jacobs has interrogated, you know, would like to have SAFA to say, listen, man, in the midst of austerity measures, it's only the President, Danny Jordan, who could have gone, and we left X, Y, A, and Z behind. And the Honorable Liam Jacobs and members here, when it comes to the interrogation, they already know the answers. There's people that appear before this Parliament, and intelligence and information that we have set here, who could not, and I'm talking about senior people in entities, who could not attend events overseas because he or hers with his girlfriend or boyfriend, and his boyfriend or girlfriend was not accredited to go into the lounge. This is the things that comes out. Questions have been asked about a credit card. You should see how credit cards are being utilized. The only problem in South Africa is that people don't come to the front to say, listen, here it is. Here's my affidavit, or go to the police station. People are sitting here in front of us with cell phones of 22, 24, 5,000 rand bought with the card of an entity. And here's it, Dr. Kumalo. It's so many entities, and they can't be everywhere. So it is important for entities that appear before us to really just do their part. We don't deny anyone anything to further the sport. If you see what the ASA is doing, they've done well. Bafana is busy coming back on track, and we need those sponsorship back. So if someone can come and say, listen, man, we have negotiated, and this is what we have found now as sponsorship and all of that. So I think for the meeting I think we have exhausted a lot of things. But what is actually lacking is how we're going to put this in front to the minister and say, listen, as a committee, we recommend 1, 2, 3. It's his prerogative. So I don't agree with you, but I mean, the evidence is there. The evidence is in front of us, and we cannot take it lightly. Who lies? Who lie then if someone calls us to 1 o'clock in the morning saying that we eat chicken, amajita? Is it been denied here from SAFA? I said, no, there's no such thing. They called me, they called Honorable Moletsane, and this is the reality out there. This is the reality out there. We had a similar issue with Athletics South Africa, I think, in Free State, where simple logic could not be done in terms of booking a simple room for athletes, which this department has supported. So I'm going to give another bite to honorable members so that we can see, listen, how are we going to pull this together? But then also, in terms of the issues raised by Honorable Saleh, the criminal case, the list of cases, the findings, the cost, and you look at that page or two, oh, it's ridiculous. How many people just open a case, frivolous cases, real cases, you know, former officials within your fold. There's still one under investigation. So it actually is a sad story for us. The 2 million rand for the Sasol League? The Sasol League, the Salim United. I think that is issues that we need to find out what the issue is now. There's also serious allegations, and I think Mr. Bailey should also lay to rest the allegations that has been labeled against him. The money of Palestine. Now, I'm not too sure whether there was also a 1 or 2 million rand spent on that day when that event happened here. The Loftus issue is a serious issue that has been mentioned. And instead of us, like I always said as a chairperson of this portfolio committee, it's about time that we now care for the sport, because most, if not all the time, like boxing, most of their time they spent in court with public funds. So we have to look through that, and we have to see. And also there are issues of the NEC, and, you know, I mean, I've listened to Dr. Jordan said, I know who that is. So clearly, when we ask, do you think that SAFA is in chaos? The CFO said, no, there's no chaos. But when the Honorable Liam Jacob asked a question, I know who was that. So there's factions, there's chaos. So we cannot deny that. And but we would like to see more of the programs. We would like to see more proactive reports in terms of what has been, you know, gathered in terms of fundraising in for the coffers of SAFA. So I'm going to give an opportunity to give direction whether we need a next meeting. It's twofold. We need a next meeting for interrogation, but definitely rest assured it will be virtual. That's the first thing. We need a next meeting, perhaps with the Minister, DSEC, and members to discuss the way forward in terms of recommendations, and perhaps the professional staff to assist us with the questions that has been asked, and that meeting perhaps would then be a declarator on the way forward with SAFA. Because it is not like the Honorable Kobane has said that we want to just shoot and fight. We want to get the country right. And it is 1994 with the rugby. And it is the very first AFCON, 1995. The very first AFCON. And like I said, I've been fortunate to be in this committee, and I enjoyed it a lot with the late Putana. And I must say, Dr. Jordan, I've been at all the matches, even the one in Free State. All over the show I've been. So let me hear what these members are saying, and we will take it from there. Honorable Liam Jacobs, and then Honorable Sally, you wanted to say?
Chairperson, I want to use this moment, Chairperson, to agree with you and to just take 1 minute to read this message. Chairperson, I read this in light of the sheer display of arrogance, ageism, among other things that have taken place today, because when we consider what is going on and we consider it in the light of those on the ground, you were talking here, but those that were on the ground were suffering while you were talking. While we were engaging in grandstanding, instead of understanding, Chairperson, that is what was happening, and the message reads as follows. Good evening, Honourable Jacobs. I hope you are well. Apologies to text this late. I just got wind of the fact that SAFA is appearing before the Portfolio Committee tomorrow. I believe that I'm not the only club in the ABC Motsepe League that could have reached out to you, but we are really struggling as SAFA has failed for more than 2 seasons to pay us our travel subsidy and prize monies, with some stretching to as far as 4 seasons. Yet we are expecting to affiliate every season, but we don't enjoy the benefits of participating in the ABC Motsepe League. We last received our 2 sets of playing jerseys around 2017, yet we are expected to brand our football jerseys with the Motsepe Foundation sponsorship. We keep getting excuses that SABC has not paid SAFA, hence we haven't received our money. We are tired of the excuses. On top of not receiving our grants, our province, Northwest, was structured from 2 streams of 18 teams, 9 per stream, to 1 stream of 19 teams, which really placed the financial strain on clubs. Apologies once again for texting this late. And I read that message, Chairperson, just to indicate that the issues that are being faced, Chairperson, are real issues. These are not just people's livelihoods, it's their dreams. It's who and what defines them. People who wake up every single morning with football on their mind and they go to sleep with soccer on their mind. People who look at people that have just played that UEFA Champions League final and say, I also want to be there. So when you grandstand in front of a portfolio committee, keep in mind that you're grandstanding in front of people who have been elected by South Africans, and you're grandstanding in front of people who represent South Africans. And I find it funny that no eye contact has been made this entire time by the President of SAFA, Chairperson, because there's absolutely no respect from this individual to members of the Republic. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honourable members, we don't have permission to proceed with this meeting after 2. There are other members of other parties that is attending the plenary that is in process as we speak. So let's just wrap this up as quick as possible.
Thank you, Chair. Like other members, I'm supposed to be in a plenary right now, motions, notices, and debates. But it is difficult to leave a room when I have people's lives who are depending upon these answers. Cases that is currently appearing in court, and soon there will be more cases. 14 ladies' teams are suspended while we are sitting here. 14 teams are impacted. So, firstly, many are in support of the forensic investigation. I'm getting responses already. Further, there is indication that we've had Netball South Africa that had to come back, SARU that needs to come back, so many has to come back, and in that time, everybody's lives is suspended. So, Honourable Chair, one of the things that I'm going to ask, it's clear that we're going to be ending off, and I'm going to be a very unhappy member of Parliament who walks out of here without responses for the nation on very pertinent questions. And I'm hoping that it will be done in writing. And there is a YouTube where it is clear what questions I've been asking. I've also got evidence of the certificate of the NPC. And I'm expecting a response within a week, Honourable Chair. Those responses were supposed to be given to me today. I think that a week is a fair opportunity for responses, because it is not fair on our nation out there that all these delays, and when they ask questions, no responses. We are placed here for a reason, Chair, and we want the responses for our nation. Thank you.
Honourable Sali, I have shown keen interest in your questions. I've written them down, and I've requested SAFA to respond. What I'm dealing with now, before members leave, and we are not a quorum, was to sense what is the idea after this, to meet with SAFA again, to meet with the department and the minister side for recommendations. I just want to deal with that. Honourable Mtetwa, Kunu, Daniels, I'm looking forward for your response, for direction, and then I'm going to give to SAFA the responses to the issues that Honourable Saleh has raised. Honourable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I concur. There is a need for another meeting, indeed. Because as members have indicated, we barely have answers. I can't even remember what answers were given to the questions that we've asked. I second the notion that the motion that we should meet again. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Nkunu.
Thank you, Chair. I support the idea of them coming back here. We need them.
Honorable Daniels.
Honorable Chairperson, it is truly sad when I look at the time and what we've achieved for the day. There are many things hanging in mid-air. I'm feeling terrible as the Chief Whip of Parliament for the Patriotic Alliance to be sitting in a Sports Portfolio Committee meeting when National Assembly isn't sitting. But I didn't want to leave here because we can never underestimate the value that SAFA plays or don't play in our country. And it's because of the magnitude of this meeting that I realized that I have to stay. So I heard you, Chairperson, that we must have a virtual meeting going forward. I feel slightly different. Better if the meeting is in person, because there's a lot of people's lives that hinges on the functions or the functionality or not functionality of SAFA. This is a sports-loving nation, and this is a football-loving nation. So it's not a Mickey Mouse thing that we're busy with. We're not sitting here because we've got nothing to do. And I want to conclude, Chairperson, that I think you've expressed that point, that we're not here to fight. Yes, it will be a bit robust. It has to be respectful. And we need to come together with SAFA and sit with them and then give them a line of march that will assist SAFA in the main and so much more than the citizens of this country. So I want us to reconsider the virtual versus a physical meeting, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Line of march. Press, do you see the necessity that we must meet again? I know your busy program.
Yeah. June is going to be out of the question. There are a lot of matches and other activity. But yes, in principle, we agree, and I agree. Let's have an in-person meeting rather than on.
Okay, we take note about the June that is out, because I was looking now quick with the secretary. It looks like 17 June, but let's agree on the principle.
Yeah.
Let's respond to some of the questions of Honorable Saleh, if that is fine. Is that Honorable Mr. Bailey? Is that on Honorable Saleh? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. You know, I love preparing myself when I come to any meeting. I'm an organized person. We receive questions, and we prepared ourselves accordingly, because we wanted to do that quite well. Okay, I'm just a little bit. I hear you're not happy with the answers, but we've tried, and we will come back. Now, what Honourable Saleh have raised was not part of that list. Otherwise, we would have brought all those answers here. Okay. Now, she also said, Honourable Saleh also said that she wants 7 days to respond. We are very happy to respond within 7 days, but give us those questions so that we can respond within 7 days. She also keep on referring to an NPC certificate which she's sitting with. Give us that also, and we will respond within 7 days. We got nothing to hide. Thanks. Oh, and that also goes for the other question on the Loftus one, that as well. Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair. Through you, and I also pray that we are given opportunity to respond to you, because this is a matter of a province which is I'm leading. The teams that you are talking about, they belong to Western Cape, and also their response must come from Western Cape, because other members won't be able to answer you on that. So as the leader of this province, I'm happy to respond within 3 minutes, if Chair allows me. The first question, no one is suspended that was not supposed to be suspended, based on rules and regulations and the constitution of SAFA Western Cape. No one. So all the people who are suspended were supposed to be suspended, and by the relevant structure, which is the Provincial Executive Committee. That's number one. The issue of the court and people who were found guilty, I will also gladly respond to that, because I've been taken on my personal capacity, it's me, to court for fighting for the rights of women in the rural areas. There's 14 clubs, if you can see where they come from, and you check what they are fighting for, because there is 2 streams. One stream is playing from those disadvantaged areas, and something that you have overemphasized in this, the man is being fought, and the entire executive committee for standing up for the rural areas, women who don't have means to play in this league. So that one, that's why I was even prepared to go and present in court. And I used my own personal money, because I'm working. Don't receive money from SAFA. I don't work for SAFA. I work for myself. And I'm working for the state. So that one, anytime we're going to compile you with what we've sent. This is an ongoing matter. It started February. It's still in court because we request for the review. And you will be shocked as an advocate when you get the transcripts of those court. And that is for SAFA Western Cape being chastised for fighting for women in the rural areas. I must make that very clear. Women standing in the way of other women to develop, because even in the court submission, the male, they've got 24 clubs. We are fought for increasing also on the left-hand side for women to have 24 clubs. That's what we are fought for the privileged ones. So I think when I took the position, I agreed to fight for underprivileged women. With regards to other issues, they are still subject to care, as you indicated. It's still in court, and it will get to the point whereby we will answer you, because I am not representing my jacket. The Provincial Executive Committee gives me mandate. Have we known that this was called for us as Western Cape as well, because we thought it's for SAFA nationally, who must respond to this Parliament or Portfolio Committee. We had a meeting just last night. I had to walk out of briefing to attend to a meeting, a Zoom meeting, where some of the decisions were taken, because we have to follow the rules and regulation. We have to follow the constitution. We cannot follow our own mandate. And the mandate comes from the Provincial Executive Committee, whereby each and every region in the Western Cape, 6 of them, is represented. And these clubs, they have their own local football association based on the municipality boundaries, which they report to. And those can report to the region, because the Provincial or Executive Committee composition, it's 6 regions of Western Cape. So if we knew, I don't have mandate to respond on other issue, because I have to get a mandate from the committee. So the committee must give me that mandate. If you send those questions, we will have a meeting where the committee should then take a decision to respond to that. And lastly, just to cover up, the part of those decisions that were taken, as the chairperson sitting there, my duty in the executive committee is to chair the meeting. I don't take decision, but I was taken on my personal capacity for chairing the meeting of the Provincial Executive Committee, where standing committees, as it was outlined there, even in the provincial level, we work the same way as SAFA. At regional level is the same, local level is the same. I was, the whole court proceeding, it is because I chaired the meeting that took that decision, and it went to court. And I was now cited on my personal capacity. I will just like to pause there. So I will respond. If you send those, I will give you all the details, and then I will get the mandate from the PEC, and will respond to each and every question with the court papers and everything that you need. Thank you very much.
So much, honourable members. I would request the professional staff to perhaps go back on the recording, take some of the questions, formulate them, send it, and perhaps also SAFA from their side to do likewise, so that we don't miss out. We will then further from today confirm the date, the time and the place, in consultation with the Office of the CEO of SAFA. Dr. Kumalam, as a normal use, Kuala, please.
Chair, thank you very much. I think it is only fair, Chair, in terms of the decision that you've made to allow SAFA to come back again. And I think more so once they then look at the questions that they might not have responded to and are able to then forward those responses, because, and I'm saying this, Chair, because if the main objective is for all of us, South Africa loves football, as we all say, but we are sitting before a parliamentary committee here that, as I'm listening, is saying we want to understand and to support you, because we don't want to push the sponsors or potential sponsors further back. But what we want is to look at if there are those particular areas where things have not been done. You said it very correctly, Chair. What is the strategy? What's the turnaround strategy? There is this, and what is the 1-2 to address that? And with that, we are then able to clean the slate, if that's the best way that I could be able to, because we need those sponsors. I don't think it's any use to say, Honorable Mthethwa, we need the department to fund more, because you know where we are sitting. Yes, reprioritizing, but it's just robbing Peter to pay Paul as you reprioritize. But we need to be able to work together on a strategy that attracts, not push back the potential sponsor. So thank you, Chair. We would look forward to the date once it's been communicated. Thank you.
Thank you, President of SAFA. Closing remarks.
I just want to say thank you very much for today. We look forward to a further engagement. I just want to also say that South African football is in the claws of a huge debate around elections. Election is next year, but it's already started. And you see some newspapers carrying lots of stories. We are prepared to come and account and give you the factual position. But you must know that there are people who's deliberately driving this campaign aggressively through 3 newspapers, Sunday papers. And every Sunday there is a story. Every Sunday there is a story. And the sad thing is, when SAFA or Bafana started winning, they became very unhappy. And as Bafana progressed, the campaign intensified. So we must be clear about that. But we are going to focus on supporting our coach and making sure that our team qualifies. The other is to qualify women's football and make our youth teams go to the World Cup. But it's not easy because the campaign is also intended to drive away the sponsors. The CEO can tell you, whenever, let me give you a concrete example. Last Sunday, the under-20 arrived. They won. There was a huge celebration at the airport. On Sunday, 3 Sunday newspapers wrote nothing about the under-20, wrote a lot of stories. And it only happens to football. It won't happen to rugby and to cricket. And that you must know. This is a political campaign, it's a vicious campaign, but we will stand our ground and we will deliver the football that the people want in this country. We are not afraid. We've seen worse, but we will stand firm. And I just want to say to you that that must not be read, they don't want to account. We will account to you. We'll account to you. That's why we're asking, we'll come back and give you the account. The 2019, I just look at my financial statements. I have 2020, 2021, 2022. I was looking for 2019, but I will bring you the 2019. As far as the Legacy Trust is concerned, I have a copy of the Legacy Trust closing report, and if you want it, I can give it to you. But we must know that the Legacy Trust is a FIFA Legacy Trust. It's FIFA's money that's in the Legacy Trust, and no South Africans' money there. It's FIFA's money. And at the end, we have to account to FIFA, and FIFA agreed to close it. And we'll give you all the correspondence. But you will see, this question of the 10 million also, I asked the good professor, who is not part of SAFA, is a professor at the university, but is our auditor. Now, if we are corrupt, then so is he. And this is an indictment against our member. So if you just give him 2 minutes, Prof, to explain this notion of 10 million that apparently was paid to me. It's nonsense.
Please do.
Thank you, Chair. I think I received the documentation, and I spent the whole of last night and this morning going through the documentation. In fact, when I looked at it and I studied and looked at all the contracts and who initiated it, it comes on since 2017 or 2007, and it went up until after the World Cup 2011. And that is, and I think it was an agreement to say that Mr. Dr. Jordan should be relinquish his position at, or suspend his position as CEO of SAFA and take up a position in the local organizing committee. And there are contractual information which I think they can share with you to show that the agreement was that SAFA instituted, when the resignation came, that there was, they appointed attorneys to look at what is a fair salary. They came to what the fair salary together with unpaid leave was, which came to 10 million. There was in a contract between SAFA and Ms. Dr. Jordan in terms of the payment that will be made, which was 5.4 and 4.118 and some odds rand. So it came to about 10 million. And that is in a contractual agreement, and the two parties agreed in terms of everyone signed it with the relevant authorities to say this is the payment that will be made. So that is the information that I had to have a look at last night. But like I said, there were documentary evidence together with signatures, etc. So what happened in terms of the allegations and that, for me, I always say that if you can't bring me evidence and you can't substantiate anything. And I saw evidence in terms of what was submitted to me with signatures of the various different parties, etc. I said that I asked Dr. John just to tell me that they had an extra A which said how the amounts will be paid. That wasn't attached to it, but based on that. And I said I'll also then look further to investigate, was those amounts included in the tax return, because it should have been included in the tax return because it's still an employment remuneration agreement or severance package that should be made. So that's in terms of that. So, and I told them that I'll do an investigation, write a report, and maybe they can then take it from there to say that this is factual information, this is evidence, and this is where the situation is in terms of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Patience, greet us. Saskok. Saskok is still in the house.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, my name is Nozipo Jafta, the CEO of SASCOC. What happened this morning is quite regrettable and unfortunate, but thank you very much for allowing us to sit in, myself and Patience. These meetings are definitely important to us. Patience, as the Chief Operating Officer of SASCOC, services the national federations. So the questions that were raised here today and the concerns that have been raised here, we are going to take them back as we have our engagements with our national federation. And obviously we'll try and, be of assistance to them as much as we can. But I think the meeting was very, very, very I'm looking for a good word.
What is hot?
Yeah, the pot is very, very hot, Chairperson. But thank you very much, Chair. We really appreciate being here and getting the invitation as observers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Nice having you here. You know, the very first federation person called me when I was elected was Barry. And we met at some swimming gala event. And up until that, I will never forget it. He reached out and he said, "You've been elected, and we look forward to working together," and so on. But yes, everyone is entitled to his or her opinion. I want to say thank you to members. We take note of what you said, President. And also members are not being taken for granted. We know when it is congresses and conferences and election, then all of a sudden, when people who appeared before us who agree with reports is now taking out stuff and said, "Hey, go to the police, not us." So we are aware of all of those things. But I can just wish SAFA well, and also what is transpired with Bafana, the Amajita, we can wish them well, and our girls. And CFO, we're looking forward for that 20 names I thought is somewhere in a folder, and we hope we will see those names. To the members, thank you for your inputs. Thank you for your debates. Thank you for your reaction in some of the matters, professional stuff. My favorites for, making this possible. You are highly respected for what you have done to have this congregation around a table to discuss TESEC. I hope you will return back as in another capacity. There is current serious threats of not meeting with TESEC if there is no appointed Director General. So that we take very serious. We are aware, we know people are busy, but people must prioritize. People must prioritize, and I think that is the crux of the matter. And I'm also happy and glad that everyone is prioritizing.